Sure. Welcome to the greatest show. I am DJ Allen. I am joined by Bob.
Bye.
No, that's not Bob. It put up Kevin for some reason. And Kevin Metal Jesus, who's walking right now. Anyway, and I have my wife Tricia off to the side. She will be joining me right in this location here later. She is currently eating and does not want to eat on camera. Nor would I. Well, actually, I don't.
Visible.
Today, we're going to talk about TV shows. It's going to be our anchor topic. I also want to mention that how to hide porn on your iPhone is a wildly popular video. I knew it would be, but I mean, it's
I
funny.
found out there's a shortcut to that.
What?
I found out there's a shortcut to that.
What's that?
Well, how you hide porn on your iPhone would be to put it under the blanket when someone walks in the room.
Oh, yeah.
Shortcut.
Kevin, why do I have two of you? Oh.
Got me?
Oh, I have two of you.
Yeah, just went to my laptop.
Okay. Well, you're still on your phone, apparently, too.
Well, I just turned off my phone, so...
Okay, well, I guess you should disappear, I guess, eventually. Oh, well. Your ugly mug can stare at us, that's no problem. So, we're 10 episodes away from episode 100.
Yeah.
And all things being equal, episode 100 will take place on November 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nice.
Which is your time, Paul.
3 p.m.
3 p.m. 3 in the afternoon.
My time. Oh, yeah.
I can't promise it'll only be a 3-hour show, but that's everything being equal.
Yeah, it'll probably have to be killing it by 6 so I can take a nap before I go to work. Or at least me being at that time.
As long as you're in, you could always duck out, and the rest of us can continue to jabber, depending on who shows up. I am trying to get, like I said, internet celebrities, podcasters. So we'll see what happens there.
You probably wouldn't even notice if I just kind of like...
That might be. I would notice.
Oh, you would?
I would know.
I would. You're my Bob.
Yeah.
I would know.
Everybody's Bob.
No, you're not.
You're going to have to share me.
No. No, I won't. I will not share you. So, as we were discussing before the show, it was 103 here today. It's currently still 93. Granted, the sun is still up. It's supposed to be in the 70s, or low 80s tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
The
chat is open for anyone that doesn't realize that. tlk.io/thegreatestshow. Jump right in.
I'm going to go there now.
You can go there now. I have it open. I've actually set myself up as the moderator, too, so I have the moderating powers. I didn't know you could do that at first.
Yeah. We're probably going to have a lot of repeats because, awesome shows are awesome shows for everybody.
It's possible, and I guess we should have coordinated a little, but you know what? If somebody names a show, just make that your show.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's on your list.
Right.
You got it. Howard the Duck, that's a movie.
Having a hard time.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. She just showed me another one that needs to be on this goddamn list. Oh, I'll leave it off. Damn.
What's on your list?
And if anybody actually put the Brady Bunch, you're wrong, and just go ahead and cross it off now.
It might be their favorite, but I don't see anyone in this group being their favorites.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I used to watch it every day, but that's because everybody watched it every day. That was just kind of the thing. That was a long time ago.
Bob, you weren't young enough when that was running live. Come on.
Not the originals, no. But I watched the reruns daily. I'm assuming that when it was on only once a week until it was reruns or something. I don't know.
My list is going to have to be like 100 shows long. Jesus.
And I can't even hit 10.
Oh, good.
Well, you can take the one. You can take the one in the first one and second column.
Yeah.
There can be dupes.
Did I show you my new
But
3DS?
I'm trying to rate these by, like, if I know it's on our Hulu list, for example, it's the first thing I want to watch before anything else.
Okay.
And
Yeah, you showed us your DS, man.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
that's pretty cool. And I'm playing a Pokemon game on it right now.
The night that you showed it to us, you were playing the Pokemon game too, I believe.
Oh, that could be.
Because you kept saying, "Oh, look what I found! Oh, look what I found!"
That was awfully nice of me to share my awesomeness.
It was. It was awesome.
Oh,
My drink is out.
oh no. I finally found the pineapple cider in 6-packs at the grocery store yesterday.
Who makes it?
Ace is the name of the company.
All right. I've seen bottles more like that, but not the pineapple.
You know,
All of their bottles are kind of themed with playing cards, I think.
Yeah.
and as soon as I tasted that pineapple at that show, that was it. That's the one I needed. Because I'm not really an apple cider guy. I like the flavored ciders, and I noticed that I like the sweet and not the dry.
Same for me.
that stuff I'm making is pretty dry. I have to add some fruit juice to it right at the end there and kind of sweeten it up. But then you gotta hit it up into the cold to get those fermentation to cease. Otherwise, you just end up taking all that sweet that you just put in and change that to alcohol too.
Gotcha.
No problems with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? One TV show I could have added on there. Da-da-da-da!
Almost Superman.
No.
Yeah.
That's the big red cheese.
Captain Marvel, right?
Yeah. Or as he's known now, Shazam. Because Marvel is about to release a Captain Marvel movie, and that, of course, will be confusing for people because that's their Captain Marvel and not this Captain Marvel. And so they're calling theirs Shazam. So there's going to be a Shazam movie also, which is the one comic book movie I am looking forward. Like, she won't even be able to say no. It will be like, we're going to the show that midnight when it comes out in IMAX.
Nice.
She says no. I'll be there. I don't know about her then. I'm going.
Yeah.
Because this is my favorite superhero.
Favorites ever, little Billy Baxton.
I found out the other day that, God, who was it? Somebody's created the reverse Shazam, where it's an adult and he uses a magic word and changes into a superhuman boy. I thought that was a really odd concept.
Yeah. It would have been worse if it wasn't the superhuman boy. Like, you're this huge guy who can fly and be strong, and then when you say the secret word, all you can do now is play video games and bitch about life not being fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little Jesus, you have a bookshelf behind you, and what's on that bookshelf?
Actually, let me go turn on a light, and I can show you even better.
Yeah, you can.
RPGs. Yes.
I'm going to say a lot of them are. Well, actually, a lot of them look like they might be White Wolf.
The third shelf down, the one you can only see the top half on, definitely looks like the gaming shelf here. I was going through my D20 Modern things today, making up a character and stuff. Ironically, I don't.
Oh, I was right. Look at all of that.
That was TSR, wasn't it? Back when it was TSR.
Nope, White Wolf.
There's Numenera. Ooh. D&D.
Well, Pathfinder.
A lot of White Wolf there.
Yep, and I've got more. Can you see this stuff?
Start the second shelf.
Hell
Man, you just like buy gaming books and hang on to them, or what's going on there?
Yeah. It was deployment money.
The Numenera, I'm like really wanting us to play that. One person that I know is actually in the book as far as like one of the supporters from the original Fund Me campaign.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
They had the special thanks page on the back where it had everybody who funded them is in the book.
We had discussed this in the past. I would probably start with a White Wolf game. It sounds like Burning Wheel might be Metal Jesus' start game. What do you think of running, Bob?
Well, I was thinking either the D20 Modern or Gamma World. Gamma World might be a little tough because it requires cards, so I would have to draw the cards myself because you guys don't have cards. I'm assuming.
Well, when you were discussing last night on the No Man's Sky Roll20, I was also initially I didn't think about using Roll20, but you know I had anticipated if I'm rolling White Wolf, for instance, since we're doing it in such a quick fashion anyway, I was thinking of having something like preloaded, so like you. Maybe there's some dice rolling, maybe there's not, but you know, you get into a situation, two people are sword fighting, maybe there's like a, okay, what powers are you using? Okay, this trumps this, you win, if this is how it works, you know, you describe it, type thing. But you know, just as options, just so you can get the story out.
Right. Now there's one that I got that I went ahead and sponsored on Kickstarter, and it's a Sherlock Holmes one. So they sent me the character book, the adventure book, the DM screen, and the special dice. Like all came, the little notepads you could take notes and everything. I mean, I got the whole thing. The Sherlock Holmes one. So.
Okay. Awesome.
The Call of Cthulhu game would be a really neat one to play. However, man, I don't know if I can be that twisted. I have to have enough time to fall into that mind state, and I don't think I can do that and like fall into it and then out as quickly.
That one might be a little bit harder to run in a confined, you know, in a couple of hours or 3 hours. You know, maybe that's a multi-show story.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just stop broadcasting altogether. We just play games after that. Who knows?
Well, I was thinking about one thing. It's like, you know, maybe instead of taking turns running, maybe we should do like a one group for a while and then go on to the next game and do that group for a while.
So like Knights of the Night, where they played Dresden for a while and they switched to Hunter, and then they switched to Numenera. But then they come back to Dresden later on.
I mean, that's another option if you guys like, so that you're not like.
I'm up for it. But, I mean, we were talking about just one-shotting on this show, so I mean, are we going to take the greatest show and turn it into a role-playing one?
Oh, right.
Or are we starting a second one?
Yeah, well, that would require a second day.
Right.
And even the one day is going to be potential problems based on jobs and stuff.
Well, since we all know that November 6th is the Sunday, that might be the start of Sunday broadcasting instead of Saturday night broadcasting, because
Possibly.
I only have Saturday off once every 6 weeks now.
More
Bob,
than before.
which is more than before. Bob, you don't really. You have the night off, but you're trying to get into a job where you're not going to have the Saturday nights. Kevin just lives in the schools.
Yeah. Aside from school, I'm good.
So yeah, it's the Sunday at this point looks better because it sounds like at least in the afternoon we've got Sundays off.
Yeah, as long as I can get some sleep before I go to work, because I usually sleep a little bit later on Sunday, and then I have to get up. It's that weird balance where you have to get enough sleep to where you're not dead by the end of the day, but you still have to be tired enough to where you can grab a couple hours sleep right before you go to work. Otherwise, you're going to be up for 24 hours before you get a chance to play. It's stupid.
Well, we are not the young pups we were in the Navy, where if you had a chance to nap, you took a 5-10 minute nap because that would refresh you, and then you could keep going. But
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of stamina anymore, and I'm positive you don't.
Right?
I was doing route inspections as my last week of being a supervisor, and one of the guys was talking about how he doesn't really drink nearly as much as he used to anymore, and he's older than I was, so I'm like, I don't know about you, but my constitution, I pay for it the next day if I drink too much. And he's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't like the consequences anymore.
Right? Wow.
Yeah. So I need to get
Yeah, I
another
was
drink.
drunk.
Mine is empty, so I gotta go get another drink. So I'll be back.
I don't have any drink. I was debating whether or not I should drink alcohol or just coffee.
Alcohol.
And coffee.
Well, that's what I do quite often. Is I'll take the coffee that's like still in the pot and cold, and I'll put it in with ice.
DJ says you should put alcohol in your coffee.
Right. Yeah. There's two of me. Can you hear my echo?
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, you're echoing too.
We don't hear an echo.
I'm hearing everyone who's not DJ and Chris echoing.
Mike's hard.
Oh, never mind. There's one down there. I put in 2 oranges. I thought I was out of wine. Okay. All right, everybody. Don't worry. I'm back.
Oh,
Show can go on.
all right. We're worried.
All right. Right before we get into talking about the TV shows Heavy Duty,
Duty.
we got some adult Mad Libs to do.
Dick.
Oh, hang on. We're not there yet.
Sorry.
Okay, so wow. Ooh, Kama Sutra Mad Libs. Oh, that's $2. That's unfortunate. $3, sorry. Really? Were they all $2.99?
Nice.
We're not doing any Mad Libs.
Well, I mean, I can do a regular one. We can just make it dirty. In fact, let's do that.
When don't we?
Oh, that's really.
Oh,
Marbles.
I have in front of me the D&D box set. And I'm totally hearing myself.
You must, maybe you need to put earbuds in? I hate to say it.
I will try that.
Okay.
Oh, you stay out of it. Stop it.
No, you stop.
All right, we're going to go reverse alphabetical order by first name, which starts Trisha with an adjective.
Sparkly.
Sparkly. And then Kevin with a plural noun.
Mice.
Nice. DJ with a part of the body plural. I'm just going to go with the easy one, testicles. And then Bob with a verb.
Playing. Yeah, I'm still echoing.
Hey, playing?
Playing. Yeah.
Now, is it just you echoing, or is it everyone
Me
echoing?
and Kevin are both echoing.
All right, I'll go get.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if it'll help because mine's still
What?
doing it too.
The last time you guys heard echoing and I didn't, I had to put headphones in.
Yeah, you're not echoing at all. If there's only some way that I can find a song to sing that requires two of my voices. Right now, I'm just kind of talking in little pieces, like Shatner.
All right, we're pausing. We're pausing because Trisha's going to go to another room, and I'm going to plug in here. Okay, Bob, you hear any echoes?
Not from you. Oh, and not from me.
It's me. God damn it. All right, let's invite the wife here because
Sorry.
I don't know why this happens.
Kevin, come back.
Kevin, come back. Welcome back. Boy, that's welcome back, Cotter, not welcome back, Kevin.
Oh, it can be welcome back, Kevin. That's what we can be.
Yeah. All right, so Bob, you need an adjective.
An adjective.
Wait, did you just tell me playing? No,
Yeah, I said playing. That was a verb.
Okay, so Trisha needs an adjective.
Purple.
Purple it is. And now we have to wait for Kevin.
I'm here.
You need a part of the body, son.
Navel.
Kevin, the echoing actually stopped when DJ put his on.
Oh.
Yeah. You said navel?
Yep.
He's going on military and shit.
Right. I get a number, and I'm gonna go with 14,987,356.
Oh, I was gonna say that one.
I know you were. Bob, you need an adjective.
Let's go with soft. No, fluffy.
Soft.
We'll go fluffy.
Fluffy.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hi, hun.
Hello, Tricia.
You may hear me in the background because you can hear her. So, Trisha, I need a plural noun.
Actually, I can't hear anything.
Oh.
It's completely silent. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No. That's not fair. Plural noun?
You're loud. Okay, plural noun.
Yes.
Serving spoons.
Serving spoons. Kevin, I need an adjective.
Slowly.
Slowly. I need a plural noun, and I'm going to go with boobies. No, I'm going to go with titties. Bob, verb ending in ing.
Skydiving.
Skydiving.
Yeah.
Trisha, adjective?
So these are the brand new earbuds we just bought, and my left one doesn't work at all.
Wow.
Okay, you want me to pick what?
Adjective?
Squishy.
What? Squishy?
Yeah.
And I shall name him Squishy.
Kevin, plural noun.
Bra straps.
Bra straps. Even though he threw an extra R in there, I'm going to remove it.
It's the Jersey accent. I'm sorry.
I know.
No, you should have to
didn't-
actually put it in exactly like he said it.
No. I got a type of liquid, which is going to be semen. And Bob, you get the last one, part of the body.
Toenail.
Toenail. Ladies and
What's
gentlemen.
weird is I was actually getting ready to say that when you said part of body, so it was there.
Sweet. This one is armed and dangerous. Ninjas were famous for their sparkly skills with swords, daggers, and other lethal mice, including spiked claws. These were worn on the testicles to help the ninja playing faster and more efficiently. They could be used in combat to deliver purple kicks to the enemy's navel. Bow staff. 14,987,356 feet long and made of fluffy wood. This helped deflect the enemy's serving spoons.
From across the country.
Because the staff was hollow, when a ninja would flick it with slowly speed, deadly titties would shoot out at the enemy. Wow. Deadly titties. Skydiving star. A ninja would often throw this squishy, flat piece of metal with the dangerously sharp bra straps when he was being chased. And finally, blowgun. This was used to silently shoot darts dipped in poisonous semen. One prick would knock the enemy right on his toenail.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny that it was poisonous semen and one prick would knock somebody to their... Yeah, I probably don't need these because it's like it's DJs, it's doing a thing, but...
Yeah, it's me.
You don't mind if I unplug it so my wife can hear you?
I don't care.
Let's see if we're still echoing, huh? Am I still echoing?
Nope.
I don't hear you.
I
I didn't hear you before either, though.
Oh, that's true. You want to hear this or you want to watch TV?
I can't believe she voluntarily wants to listen to this.
She's going to read a book about murder. She reads them all the time. I mean, it's like she's got to have a plan. Just
She hasn't found the right one yet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got me a little nervous.
So, I think we should hit the top 10, the number 10. I think we should go in random order, and I'm going to randomly, because I am in charge, I'm going to randomly choose Trisha.
And you want me to tell you one of my TV shows?
One of your 10, they're no particular order, because I know I couldn't rank these.
I'm
So,
still echo, actually, now. Now I'm hearing you two echoing.
Well, you're going to hear me echo because she's literally sitting across the room from me, which...
Gotcha.
Where is he?
Right there. So,
Oh, wait.
so now...
You guys should record like that.
Yeah,
Focused on each other.
that's what happens during sex, is we're focused on each other.
Well, I'm usually petting the cat, but okay.
Wow. Wow. That
That's
hurts.
what he calls it. Okay.
So, Trisha, give me one of your 10 favorite TV shows ever.
Okay, the first one on my list is House of Cards.
Nice.
Ooh. I've never
Yeah.
seen.
Oh, Bob, it's on Netflix.
Yeah. House of Cards.
It's a Netflix original series, so it's basically only on Netflix.
I am writing it down as a to-watch one.
That's with
Yeah,
Kevin
and you're
Spacey, right?
Yes, and you're
Yep.
going to want to power through that show as fast as possible because you need to be up to date.
Oh, I haven't dated in years.
Yeah.
Maybe you could find some of your murder plots on your own. I mean, or you could learn some ways that you may want to protect yourself in the future.
I don't have the headphones in.
Oh shoot! Now again, Laura and I need our own podcast. We can discuss these topics amongst ourselves.
I agree. That'd be cool. She says she's got lots of ideas.
Yeah, when she showed me her list, House of Cards was one of the ones that I thought, hey, I should add that to it. So, yeah. But I left it off because I got 10 other ones. And now, choosing randomly, I'm going to choose Bob to go next.
Ooh, I would have to say that one of my current favorites, not all-time favorites, but current favorites, is Ancient Aliens. It's on the History Channel.
Aliens, man.
Yeah. I think it's really cool. My wife thinks I'm totally crazy, and she hates it because she insists that her words were hooey.
Very appropriate.
And I actually find some, I see truth in a lot of stuff that's being said on there.
She might be thinking about the ancient mummy, It's a Lot of Hooey.
He goes, nope, it's hooey.
Yeah. So, side note, the George Papadopoulos, or whatever that guy's last name is,
Mm-hmm.
if you look...
only Big Bird sees?
No, that's not... Sure, George Snuffleupagus. So, if you look at a timeline of the early Ancient Alien shows and the modern, the most recent ones, his hair gets wilder and wilder and wilder.
Oh, the
Alien.
yeah, that guy is. Yeah, I like
I don't know what
watching
his name is.
hair.
Yeah. He doesn't need a name. Everybody knows who he is. Be like, what guy is this? You know, Aliens. Oh, that guy.
Tsoukalos. George Tsoukalos.
Oh.
I like Papadopoulos. Kevin, how about you?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Farscape. Just going on the aliens thing.
Oh.
Another one I've never seen.
I've
It's on
watched the
Netflix.
better. Yeah, I've watched the better portion of the first season, but I haven't watched the whole series.
I recommend it.
Well, I was powering through to get to the part where the girl with the white hair starts joining the crew, but I haven't gotten to that part yet.
I think she's end of season 2.
So yeah, it is a good show though. And
Yeah.
Bob, there's a Muppet in it,
Ooh. It's got to be good.
right?
And
All right, is it my turn?
yep.
Yes.
All right.
Unless we vote to skip you.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay, moving on.
No. Wait.
And our number 4s.
I am going to follow Bob in going with something I am currently enjoying. And I'm going to go with something completely off the wall here. China, Illinois.
Never heard of it.
It's on Hulu. It's also on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim.
Laura will hate it when you watch it, Bob.
Yes,
Why is
Laura.
that? Sounds like one I love.
Because I hate it when DJ watches it.
All right. Think of the most fucking ridiculous situations you can.
Okay.
Have one of the characters voiced by Hulk Hogan, and you have the show.
Wow.
So the show centers on about 4 characters, normally. There's 2 brothers, which are both professors of history, Steve and Frank Smith. Their longtime student, Baby Cakes, and their teacher's assistant, Pony. So recently I've watched an episode from Hulu where Frank is tired of being pranked by Steve, so he starts peeing on him and gets banned from the school. Then he ends up in this Buddhist temple type situation where they teach him to not pee at all. And then the end of the show...
Story of my life?
What?
Never mind. Wow.
And while this is all going on, Baby Cakes is hijacking or kidnapping people because he thinks they're wizards. And Joe McCarthy was on a witch hunt for communists, and he told Baby Cakes to hunt for witches. So that's what he's doing. So the end of the show is Frank, full of urine, gets brought to the basement where Baby Cakes is keeping everybody, and basically he pisses on the locks, which, like, at high velocity urine, breaks all the locks, busts everybody out, and he saves the day.
Wow.
In a previous episode, Ronald Reagan came from the past and is now president for life.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my wife is over here going stupid, 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 stupid.
I told you.
So, to get an idea of what I'm talking about, you want to go to creasedcomics.com, and there's kind of a bunch of fairly poorly animated shorts. There's Baby Cakes Diaries. There's a couple of videos that are like music videos. I think you'd enjoy them, Bob. creasedcomics.com.
It's funny that you put it that way, DJ, because the TV show is also poorly animated.
It's not nearly as poorly animated as the stuff online.
Okay.
All right. We've gone through round 1. We've got 2 viewers. Let's go for round 2 right away. Let's get a second one out of the way. So, randomly selecting, let's go with Kevin.
I'm going to have to go with Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined one from like 10 years ago.
I will go ahead and say that that's also on my list, so that eliminates my second pick, but I think that was the best show on TV at the time.
Agreed.
Because it was a show that happened to happen in space. A high-quality drama, and people need to watch it. It's awesome.
I've never seen it.
It's about terrorism.
Wow. Battlestar Galactica. My wife said the first one was awesome.
No. Yeah. So if you thought the first one was awesome, take that, multiply it by 1,000,000, and then you have the one we're talking about. Yeah.
Wow.
So since 2 were eliminated in one fell swoop, Bob, you're next.
Okay, here's kind of an old one that I totally used to love, and that would be Quantum Leap.
Good one.
Oh. Another one that would be on the list.
Yeah, that was a great one. I actually have them on DVD up here, at least up to season 5. I'm not sure how many seasons there are. Do I have all of them? I'll be damned. Marathon. So
I think they're also on Netflix.
it is, but like the first couple episodes were missing.
Really?
Yeah. And somewhere I have the novel that has like the story of that brings it to the first episode, like the gives you the reason as to why Sam and Elle are connected mentally, and like nobody else can go in the chamber and be connected with Sam because they literally have part of his brain because he was attacked and like chunks of his skull was busted, and it was kind of cool. But it was the like prequel to the show in a book.
And
Great show.
all of the reboots that are coming out these days, I'm surprised that one hasn't hit the reboot train.
It was on IMDb for a while, called A Bold Leap Forward, and it was supposedly Sam Beckett's daughter goes into the machine, and it's supposed to be like the next generation of the same show. And it was on Quantum Leap. It was on IMDb for a while, and then all of a sudden I was showing somebody, and it wasn't there anymore. So I don't know if it's on there now or not, but it sounds like they keep changing their mind about it.
Well, they do that with a lot of stuff. Like the Shazam movie was in IMDb for imminent release for 5 or 6 years before DC finally set a date and said, this is when it's coming out. So the only person left on this round is Trisha.
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
It's a great, great show. It's not scripted, is news, but
It's like a daily show or the Stephen Colbert one.
the Colbert Report.
Yeah, the Colbert Report. It's basically a half-hour news show, but they kind of make it into comedy because the politics are so comedic at this point in life. Very informative too, though. You learn a lot of stuff. Like we totally learned about Brexit on that show specifically.
Yeah. Well, he's from England too, so.
Yeah.
Kevin, what are you doing?
I'm going like this on my keyboard. Next
Stop
to it,
it.
why?
Fucking loud. All right. Let's have some free form here for a little bit. Don't want to TV ourselves out. I tried to go some oddballs, but yeah. So a lot of good ones. Whenever I'm looking for something to watch on Netflix, I do look at Quantum Leap quite a bit, but I keep going, I don't know if I want to jump back into that.
Yeah, it was a really cool show, and it was just one that it held my attention for years. Every Thursday night it was on because I had to go to baseball, and like if I got home quick enough, I could watch the whole episode, and if it took too long, I missed the beginning of it. Little League.
It was good. I mean, I'm not down it or anything. It just there's so much coming out that I want to see that I don't know if I want to go back and watch something again. It's the idea.
Have we all hit our number twos?
We have.
Okay. So, viewers, in case you missed the beginning here, this is our top 10 most awesomest TV shows to us in particular.
And we may or may not have just mentioned what 80s show is making a comeback this fall.
It might.
Definitely got to.
What? So
Right.
yeah, that's that. I know it's a total link bait topic, but or title, but whatever. We got a viewer. We also might have 2 other people joining us later, since they both live in the same spot now.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, Kevin's about to use some Google effects.
Hey, it worked this time.
Hey. Shall we go round 3?
I suppose we can go round 3. Since I got tied in with Kevin's, I'm going to go first. Let me look at my list here, and I shall go with. Let's go with an easy one, Doctor Who.
That's on my list.
Same here.
No, I'll tell you what though, I could not quite I couldn't do the old classics. I apologize for that. But once it started with Chris, what's his name? That's when I was able to hop on. When Rose was introduced and like the newer ones, that's where I was able to.
Now, which ones did you attempt to watch from before? Like which Doctor?
Well, I started with the beginning, so that might have been the problem. I should have jumped around and tried a little bit here, a little bit here, and a little bit here. But
They're shameful at the beginning. Painful.
Yeah, it's very painful. It's not like the show at all.
There's the one who looked like Bilbo Baggins. There's the one who looked like one of the horsemen from Supernatural, who like had a real skinny skeleton face. There was that weird one where, like, I think it might have been the first one where all the people were wearing like fur. I don't know. I was having a really hard time with it.
So what you want to watch is Tom Baker, the guy with the scarf, because I think that will be a good representation of what the classic show is considered.
Tom Baker?
Tom Baker. He's the one with the scarf. Because he is. If before the new series came out, everybody would say that he was Doctor Who. So I mean, he was the one.
So I wrote down Tom Baker, Dr. Scarf.
Yes. I don't know if I have a particular episode that I would recommend or a story, because the episodes were only half hours back then. But
He also has a companion named K9.
oh yeah.
And it's a little metal dog, like computer dog.
Yes. That one showed up in some of the newer ones.
Yes. Reunion. With
Well,
David Tennant.
Margaret Jones or something?
Sarah Jane Smith.
Yeah, that's the one. She was in a couple episodes. The episode where all the planets were stolen and put into place, and they had to haul them all back, which was a great episode.
Yes.
There was another one with the French fries that were dipped in the oil that made everybody really smart. K9 was in that one also.
French fries.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I might have to ban Kevin. What the fuck is going on there?
Turning it off now.
Since we all had the same number 3, why don't you go ahead and give us your number 3?
Okay. I'm gonna go with Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives on the Food Network.
Food.
The one big plus is that the guy drives around in a classic Camaro convertible.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a 67, sometimes it's a 68. I doubt many people figure that out when they look at it, because they're both red and they're both convertibles. And I kind of like a lot of places he goes.
There were I like the Food Network because of all the on a side note, like Man vs. Food, where there's all the food challenges and stuff. And I really love it now that we live in a place where they have gone to go to these places that have been on. I don't know if this is a diners, drive-ins. I get the order. I don't know if Triple D has done this or if Man vs. Food did it, but there's a restaurant way on the west side of Portland that has something called Man Cakes. These are gigantic pancakes. One is huge. I could barely finish one, and the Man vs. Food guy did 3, or the whole, however many they do for the challenge.
Wow.
They are fucking huge.
My wife watches a lot of the cooking shows, and I would have to say that one of my favorite ones is that Alton guy.
He's coming to Portland pretty soon in the recent future. But yeah, I like him too.
He's cool because he's doing the science aspect of the cooking. Like everyone else is like, I do this because it tastes good, and he says, now let me tell you why it tastes good. It's kind of neat.
What I think is neat is that you can stick Food Network on in the background, and absolutely everybody will be okay with that channel, and it doesn't even matter what's on.
Oh, hey, okay, I found a list of Portland locations that apparently Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives has come to.
Go ahead.
The first one on the list is Byways Cafe.
Byways Cafe.
And we ate at that when we came out here before we lived here.
Oh,
it's the one with all the license plates.
Okay, yes, we've eaten at the Byways Cafe. Man, you wait forever for the food, but when it gets there, it is almost too much to eat.
It's like it's a diner, definitely, like an old school diner. Arletta Library, Bakery, and Cafe. I don't know that one. I also don't know Otto's Sausage Kitchen and Meat Market,
That's
but
Sounds like it's
there's a
ran
lot
out
of
garage.
there's enough meat in that title for me to want to go.
yeah.
Pine State Biscuits I've heard of, but we've never been to. Blue Plate Lunch Counter and Soda Fountain, don't know that one. Bunk Sandwiches.
Well, that sounds good.
The next one we were at a couple weeks ago, Podna's Pit Barbecue.
Oh yeah.
Pock Pock, Edelweiss Sausage and Delicatessen, Industrial Cafe and Saloon, Country Cat Dinner House and Bar. I know that's on Stark and 79th. The reason I know is because it has a portal. its logo is a portal because it's a cat. PDX 671, Frank's Noodle House, and Tin Shed Garden Cafe.
And the ones that I would expect to be on there, which should show up in the future, Original Joe's, Spike's. God, what's the?
These are like hot dog burger places that we've been to.
Yeah, they're so good. So good. Oh, the Texas, the barbecue place, in Tigard.
Oh, Buster's.
Buster's. Man, you look at the menu going, I can eat all that food, and then they hand you the plate, and you're like, oh my god.
Ew, no.
Yeah, they put the
Oh
plate.
my.
They put the plate on a scale, and then you pick your meats, and then it's weighed out on your plate. So it's a lot of food.
So you're looking at the 2 meats or the 3 meats, and you're thinking, I can do the 3 meats. And then they pile the 3 meats on there, and you go, I don't think I can do the 3 meats anymore.
Damn.
Good stuff, though. I mean, it's unbelievably delicious.
Hey, DJ, let me interrupt you for a second here. You've got, last week you had a thing hung up that had the address of the chat.
I don't know where that went.
What is that? And I'll add it to my favorites.
Now look at your pile of paperwork behind your computer there.
TLK.io.
TLK.io.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here.
Slash.
It's right here. TLK.io/the greatest show, and that's where you chat. Yeah. I'll set this up behind me as soon as you're done joining.
Yeah, I have the question and answers up in case somebody went that route, and I was like, I want that other part up too, and I can't find it.
Well, don't worry. Absolutely nobody has joined the chat, so.
Okay.
There's a chat, people.
There's a chat.
So, how about number 4? And because Bob got screwed out of this one, let's start with Bob.
Supernatural. They're on season 10 now, I believe.
11.
I don't think that's ever going to go away.
10 is what's on Netflix.
Lots of people that I know talk about that show, and I did try watching the first episode, but it was way too... I could tell that they were going to get really Jesus-y. Or at least maybe that's the impression I just got from the first episode, but I wasn't into that idea,
Yeah.
but maybe it goes away from it.
That
Okay.
first episode, let's see, there's 11 seasons out, so I've watched that first episode 11 times, I think. So I go through and I keep rewatching. I watched 1, and then season 2 came out, so I watched 1 and then 2, and then season 3 came out, 1, 2, 3, and
Wow.
there's a pattern there. Yeah.
So you do with the seasons of Supernatural that I do with the Marvel Comics Universe movies.
Right.
So I just finished watching all the movies that are out, and now I'm ready for Civil War to be purchased on iTunes, and then I'll be ready for Doctor Strange.
That looks nice to be good. Do any of you have Supernatural on your list?
Nope.
Wow.
We don't watch it, so it's up to Kevin. Kevin, do you watch it?
I watch it, but, after season 5, I think they jumped the shark a bit, and then they've been, pushing the envelope over and over. So,
Right. There's a role-playing game based off of that, which isn't too bad when you think of the concept. You got hunters who are going after, but just like all the new role-playing games, whether it be Doctor Who or any of those, you're looking at $60 for the book. You know, you get this massive book for $60. It's like, do I really want to invest this much money on a game that I may never be able to play?
And I don't
Usually,
want to demean
yes.
the role-playing game, but unfortunately, there's a role-playing game for almost everything these days. So there is a Battlestar Galactica role-playing game. I managed to acquire the book, and man, was I disappointed. Bad. Like, they expected you to play as one of the characters in the show.
No.
I mean, you could work around it, but, I mean, they had no wiggle room for the... I mean, you had to use the show's plot, and I was like, this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah, things always get lost in a plot hole.
They say the gravitational pull of a plot hole even causes light to not be able to escape.
Yeah, heard that.
Let's go with, you know what, I'll go next. I'm going to throw out one I don't think anyone else will have, and I'm going to go with Community.
I added
Good
that
choice.
to my list after I saw yours.
Ah, okay, so that takes Trisha out this round.
Never
Yeah,
heard of it.
Community. Community is about, they set it up as a lawyer who is discovered to not have a law degree at all. He got some sort of like...
You got one from another country.
He got one from another country, so he has to attend a community college to get a law degree. And that turns out to him meeting a bunch of people, and then the show is all about them interacting and doing things with the college. It's a sitcom. It's very, very funny. It stopped being super funny after a while because the creator got kicked off his own show. But when he came back, apparently it got better again, and I don't think they're on the air anymore. But they moved to Yahoo, and that was unfortunate because we have no means of watching Yahoo.
Yeah, wife said she watched a couple episodes of it, and
The fan favorite episodes are the ones that involve paintball.
They had a Doctor Who kind of rip off.
Oh, Inspector Space-Time.
Yeah, Inspector Space-Time.
And his companion was Constable Reggie.
wow.
And he traveled in a red phone box, like a R version.
It's cool that it was that much of a ripoff. If it was just a very basic idea, it would have been like, you know what, this is a lot like that one show. What was it called? Doctor Who. But going straight out red box instead of blue box, and if you're that close, then it just becomes, oh my gosh.
There
That's
was even
fucking-
an Inspector Space-Time convention where everybody was dressed up as different inspectors.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good, and if you can find it, I suggest watching at least the first 2 or 3 seasons because I know that those are quality. Does that leave Kevin?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go with, Strange Things.
Oh, I forgot that one.
I don't have that one either. That's also on Netflix, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, I don't have to say anything then.
No, it's you're not have. We've already seen the whole thing. We're waiting for the sequel because that's what they call the second. That's what they call seasons, the sequels.
Yeah.
But it just came out, so it's not like it's coming anytime soon.
Unfortunately.
So
Is
while
it
I
the-
wait,
Like short stories type thing, or is it's like a main crew that it follows through each of the episodes?
it's like an 8-hour movie about one thing.
Wow.
Imagine if Stephen King directed The Goonies.
Yeah, that would work.
That's kind of cool. All right. Trisha, have you done number 4 yet?
She had community.
My-
wait.
Me and DJ kind of had the Community. We both
Yeah, we
did,
had
so.
Community.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with. I'm going to push Kevin to do number 5.
Deadwood.
Deadwood. I have not seen it.
It's a western, so you wouldn't like it, but I did, so I like westerns.
I like Ian McShane, so I'm willing to give it a shot, but I don't like westerns. No.
All right. He definitely makes the series work a lot. So he plays a very, very bastard of a guy.
Have you seen that one, Bob?
I have not.
So you're in my boat. So, what's your fifth one, Bob?
Now, although it started getting weirder as it went, and I just was really wanting it to continue, I went ahead and put Heroes down. The original Heroes.
The original. Yeah.
I was
I put
really
them-
sad that it became what it did.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, the only season that had an issue was season 2. As soon as they got away from that, whatever that was,
That was the
others-
writer's strike.
fine. What?
Yeah, the writer's strike was going on at the time, yeah.
Oh.
That would explain a lot.
So maybe they were all making up their own lines or something.
Or, yeah, I think my character's going to do this. Well, we can't write it. So
Wing it, guys. Wing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was really, really hoping for something special when they started redoing it, thinking, okay, maybe they're going to patch up the errors and continue the story, and it just seemed to create more issues and errors. It's like they didn't learn from their mistakes.
So Trisha's going to give you her next one, and I'm going to go get something to drink. Oh, wait.
Actually, I was gonna take this with me.
Okay. Oh.
You know, because I can be mobile. But I can tell you my next one.
All right. What's that?
My next one is Grimm.
Ooh. I've
And-
seen like one episode of that, and I have a couple comics of it, but I never watched it.
I really liked it when it started. And then I found out it was shot in Portland. So then I liked it more because I knew that well, my brother lived here. And then, of course, we moved here. And then I started working for a company where I can be on it. So there's that. And I was reading that they are shooting season 6 right now, or they're going to start soon. So the job offers should start popping up soon, hopefully.
Nice.
So I haven't enjoyed, like, I got to the point where I wanted to stop watching the show. Because the first season followed the formula of bad guy of the week or bad thing of the week. Since it's all kind of like creatures.
Creature of the week.
Yeah, creature of the week. Yeah,
Right.
so there was that formula that was getting kind of old, and then they started adding a bigger understory that went from show to show and season to season, and then I think it kind of, it's like it couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. And so it sort of went back to the creature of the week again. So I struggled, but I've stuck with it. So it's not necessarily my absolute favorite show to watch, but the fact that you could be on it kind of makes it a favorite.
Right.
And I met 2 of the people who are on the show already last year at Rose City Comic Con.
Nice.
So I guess that might help.
Now it's my turn. And since
Well-
we've all had unique ones this round, I should try to come up with a unique one, and I'm pretty sure I'll be the only one with this one. The Shield,
Oh,
the
Why-
FX series.
my dad watched it. Well, both my parents, they watched it like every episode.
I explained it to somebody recently as it's a bunch of people doing bad things that shouldn't be doing bad things, and you're really rooting for them for the first 5 seasons. And then after that 5th season, you're like, these people need to go down, and you start rooting against them.
Yeah. Old Ben Grimm as a cop.
Yeah, that's what made him famous, wasn't it?
It's the one that I would say put him on the map, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They had a
He was in a
great.
short-lived comedy called Daddy-O. It was only like 3 or 4 episodes. It was terrible.
Oh.
They had an awesome commercial where it was showing the clips from the show with the Johnny Cash version of Hurt playing in the background, and it was pretty cool.
I had to watch that show when it came out every week because that's how good it was. It was one of those, I'm clearing my schedule for tonight, The Shield is on.
Nice.
Cool.
Bob.
Bob.
Wait.
Okay.
Let's hold off. We've got to the halfway point. We've only been broadcasting for an hour. We can't go to all 10 right away.
Oh, you want to hear some lame jokes I just found?
I do want to hear some lame jokes.
They're good, but they're lame.
I can't wait.
Such as what did Batman say to Robin before they got in the car?
Get in the car, Robin.
Yeah, Robin, get in the car. Exactly. Yeah. Did you see these also? These were on Facebook.
No, but makes sense.
What's blue and smells like red paint?
Blue paint.
Blue paint.
Yeah, exactly. Why can't the T-Rex clap?
It's dead.
It's dead. What leaves a bigger memory than a passionate kiss?
What?
A stab wound.
Oh
What
my
did the farmer
god.
say when he couldn't find his tractor?
Where's my tractor?
Where's my tractor?
I have one that's not from that list, but I have one that's like that. What's the fastest way to a woman's heart?
Oh, through the rib cage, like right. Yeah, yeah.
I say through the chest, and then people think about that for what? Oh, no.
And here's the last one. Guess who I saw today? Everyone I looked at.
Nice.
You know what I think about that?
What's that?
Thoughts.
Oh, there you go.
See what I did there?
There was a theme.
I'm going to try some different earbuds, so I'll be out of the show for a second, because these things with my glasses are killing my ears, so hang on. Well, you guys can talk, but go ahead.
Welcome to what I've lived with all my life.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I got new glasses too at the same time he got glasses. And so the only thing that's different about these compared to my old ones is that the inside is purple on these and my old ones are green. Other than that, of an entire store full of frames, I pick 3 out. And these are identical to my old ones.
Wow.
So I guess I have a type.
Huh.
No.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
No ear pods in there for a minute, so these things are terrible. I'm so sorry to listen.
Yeah, we.
Yeah, my wife is right. If you look at DJ from the side of the screen, he looks like Max Headroom.
He kind of does.
You have to look at the side diagonally, because that's where she's seen it from.
You have Max's again, don't you?
Yes.
I'm working on it.
Now I'll tell you what. I spent 8 years working at a place where I had to wear safety glasses while I worked, and sometimes earplugs. But again, it's one of those things where it's annoying at first, but then you get used to it. So I think that at least at that time, I could have gone to wearing glasses and not have been too far off. But now, again, after not wearing them for so long, it'd probably be Another annoyance.
Well, I also got contacts, and I actually just picked them up yesterday, and I put them in today for the first time. I haven't worn contacts for at least 15 years. Because I know that I stopped wearing them shortly after I started working at Aetna. And, well, so probably closer to 18. And they were not fun. Like, I couldn't see as well. They don't correct my vision as well as my glasses do. And I could always feel one of them. And my face looked so plain without the glasses, since I'm so used to having some sort of decoration on my face, you know, for nearly 20 years at this point.
Don't listen to her. She looks beautiful all the time.
So I felt really out of place, and I didn't do it today, but I didn't have them in for more than a few hours. But I remember the last time I tried contacts, like 18 years ago, I remember I still was doing this motion all day without even having glasses on to push up the non-existent glasses that weren't sliding down my nose.
It's like if you forget to wear your watch and you're doing this all day long and there's nothing there.
Funny story about the watch. I normally wear my watch on my left wrist. And because of delivering mail, I will be holding magazines on this side. My watch will never register exercise, so I decided to start wearing it on the right wrist. Every single time so far, it's, what time is it? Oh. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I got to get used to it, though. If I
regular
want
time zone and Bob's time zone. That way, you'll be able to...
Right.
We can actually put we can put a world clock on here. So let me customize mine here quick.
And I
I'll
have
show you.
an extra time on mine that shows London time also, and that was just because I wanted to know when my soccer games would be on. Oh, go ahead.
So right now on my watch face down here it says LON for London, and it tells us the time there, and then our time is up here in the bigger number. So I do know that it's 4:43 a.m. in London. And you can set it for anywhere. It's just that mine was also set for London so that when we were interacting with Carl, that I knew what time it was there.
Right.
So we can be that geeky with our watch.
But I can also do simple math and just say, hey, if it's 3 o'clock here, it's 6 o'clock for Bob.
Yeah.
Numbers are hard.
No, they're not.
Not if you bake them in cakes. Then they're squishy with frosting.
Yeah.
Oh. Gotcha. So Bob, we've been running the show for over 3 years.
Wow, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, we did take like 2 6-month vacations with a couple of shows in between there.
Right.
Yeah, but we've been pretty steady towards the end here. I mean, we make more often than we miss now.
This is true.
And I do notice that I podcast better when I got somebody to bounce stuff off of, and you are by far the best person to bounce stuff off of.
Because I'm a large person who, well, things naturally bounce off of.
Yes, yes. Except vehicles. Vehicles don't bounce off you.
Well, I've never
Bounce
actually...
off him.
This bottle is completely full
Oh.
and spilling.
So we've been running our AC all day, and we run it into a bottle, and the condensation. And let me go ahead and show you what that bottle is. It's the bottle on the table there. I can't see the top of the water, which means it's probably right up at the top. Yeah, that normally we have to empty that about twice every 24 hours. So we obviously haven't emptied it recently.
So it's inside the house?
Yeah, we have a mobile air conditioning unit, but there's a tube that runs to a window that pushes all the hot air outside. So, yeah. Oh, she's going to show you. Let's bring her up.
All right.
We had a water jug like that filled with water one time, and I set it down, and I said to my brother, I'm like, man, this stuff smells funny. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And he leaned down, and I kicked it, and it all sprayed right into his face.
That's our air conditioner.
So it basically kind of looks like a dehumidifier for the most part. And it can run as a dehumidifier or an air conditioner because it has options up here. And then you can set the temperature, and you can set the fan speed, and then it's blowing out the cold air through those little vents there. And then we have a tower fan here blowing it through the rest of the house. So then I have to go through the house now to get to the other side of it because it's blocking the doorway to our spare bedroom.
Which is in a bit of a disarray there, as you can see.
So this is the back of, and that's the cat. So this is the back of it, and where you see this hose right here, that's the water dripping out of the back of it, the condensation.
Oh, yeah.
So this is my temporary fix while I go dump the other jug of water. And then this silver hose here goes to the window, and it pumps out hot air.
Wow.
Nifty.
It looks like you
So-
had to disassemble the Lost in Space robot in order to come up with that.
We did.
And use at least 3/4 of a roll of duct tape.
Huh.
Because as you can see, even around it there, you see that silver?
Mhm.
That's duct tape going around the entire thing to hold that hose on, because the air blows so powerfully that it blows the hose right off.
Wow.
Wow.
So, and there is the roll of duct tape. So this is always close by
Yeah.
to add
Now, if you
more.
had a dog instead of a cat, you can literally put like the dog food here, the water here, and then that just
Right.
drips right into the water. You never have to give water to the dog, and you don't have to dump the water from the machine.
Yeah, the problem is I don't even think a dog would drink 3 gallons of water a day,
Oh, right.
because this is a 3-gallon jug. And it was overflowing. So, yeah. And the air conditioner has been on steady since Friday morning? Oh, no, Thursday, I think. Thursday night.
Ours has been out for a couple months now. Steady.
But usually we open our windows during the night because it's cool enough. But when it's still 87 degrees at 9 o'clock p.m., it's not cool enough to open the windows.
We have
True dat.
We don't want to share our light with the neighbors.
So, now I have to go take that jug outside and water stuff. There's the lady that lives next door to us. She has some trees, and she soaks the roots at night. She puts her sprinklers on at night to water them. And so I asked her one day if I can dump my water anywhere and water anything for her. And I told her it was from her air conditioner, and she goes, "Yeah, I do the exact same thing." So she told me which trees in her yard that I can water, so I go dump the water out there for her too. 'Cause,
Nice.
I mean, why waste it, right?
Do you have like anything like directly down from your window there, where you could just dump it out your window?
Nothing that would make it a useful use.
Yeah, there's just enough space between our area that there's nothing that we can. I mean, yeah, we can dump it down a drain or something, but if she wants to water the trees, I'm not going
Right.
to drink it. I don't care.
Right, and maybe if you see like one of the neighbors left their car window down, that could be fun.
Well, there's a garden in our backyard. I don't know who planted it, but there's a garden in the backyard that I water too. So some of our neighbors the other day, DJ came out to help me pick up the groceries from the car and bring them upstairs, and their car keys and house keys were laying on the hood of their car.
Huh.
And so DJ pointed them out, and I walked them up, and I gave them back to them, and they kind of, I don't know, I thought they would be more thankful,
Right.
but their reaction was almost like, how did you get these?
Yeah, it's not like you opened up the door with the keys and like walked on in and been like, "Hey, here's your keys back." And
Yeah.
I mean, we could have left them on the car, and somebody could have just drove off with the car. But
yeah. Now this one here, wife lady. Occasionally, I'll come up to the door and there's the keys stuck in the door. Door's closed. There's the keys stuck in the door.
I've done that a couple times, and DJ's come home and found our keys. It doesn't happen that often, but it did a couple times here. It's not so bad like in Bismarck if I would have done that, because there would have been a screen door covering them, but here there aren't screen doors, so they would have been right out in the open. I don't know what your door is like.
I got a screen door too.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty dark outside over here. There's like no. Yeah, it's pretty dark out here.
well, and you have a screen door. I'm assuming for bugs.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have bugs here. So, but yeah, you live far enough away from your what?
Do you want some? I can send you some.
No.
Okay.
In fact,
all right.
of the 7 that are here, I'd like to send them to you.
All the spiders would just catch them anyways.
Funny. Speaking of sending things to you, I'm going to need to get Metal Jesus' address and Kevin's address, Soft Rock Messiah's address, because I have this thing where I buy empty books, like from the bookstore, like journals and stuff. So yeah, I buy them a lot. I have a lot of them. So I'm going to take one, and I'm going to put something on one page. Then I'm going to mail it to one of you, who will then put something on one page, preferably the second page, and then mail it to the third one. And we will continue doing that over and over and over again until this book is full. And then we can give this book away as some sort of book of wisdom, or book of stuff, or book of amazing whatever.
Nice.
I do have some nondescript cover options, but I also have a TARDIS cover option. And while I don't necessarily want to part ways with the TARDIS cover option, I do have. I mean, it might draw people out to want to show up to get it for free. So, because I'll ship it for free. Not because I'm at the post office, but because I'm trying to get people to interact with us more often. Like the one viewer that's on. Viewer, we have a chat room. If you go to that website, tlk.io/thegreatestshow, you can join us. Nobody has done anything in the chat room tonight yet, so you can be the first. Bob also had the question and answers open. I don't know if he still does.
I still do. I didn't want to mention it because I didn't know if you wanted to kind of avoid that, but...
Well, if somebody knows how to operate them, fine. I don't have it open, but I can only do one thing at a time.
And I can read words?
You can read words.
Yeah. Like in order? Yeah,
Sometimes.
high five my wife. Yeah. If I don't know what it is, I just make something up. I just replace it with moon.
Okay.
Yeah. Woo. So the on my Fitbit, I had a new person like offer saying like, "Hey, want to be friends on Fitbit?" And I'm like, "All right." I thought it was my kid because it's the same name. He said, "That wasn't me." I was like, "All right." So I still don't know who this person is, but he challenged me today to walk more than he did on the weekend. I really doubt if I'll be able to. During the week, he's not going to be able to beat me because my numbers throughout the week are pretty high, usually between 15 and 20,000 steps.
I don't use Fitbit anymore, but now with my new job, I will also have between 17,000 and 30,000 steps a day because I want to do walking routes. So I'm going to be pretty hard to beat. But I don't use Fitbit anymore because it doesn't integrate with the Apple phone or the iPhone. So I haven't been using it. I don't even go into it anymore. And the other day, Tricia said, you have 0 steps, and I'm like, well, it's because I'm not using Fitbit anymore.
Well,
I have to actually physically open it.
You could walk it, or you can get a wheel, like Gizmo Duck, or maybe tracks, like Johnny 5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Johnny 5 is alive. There was talk of that being rebooted, too.
Are you serious?
Oh, man. They're going to have to run that script past me first, because I might have to... Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little upset that we were talking about that last week. There's a whole bunch of shows, or a whole lot of movies, actually from the same time period that they started remaking. Judge Dredd and what's the Get Your Ass to Maz.
Total Recall. In fairness, Total Recall and Judge Dredd were atrociously terrible. Well, Total Recall wasn't, but no, Judge Dredd was fucking awful.
I liked it.
Have you seen the new one?
Yes.
That is the character, correct?
But I mean, there's a whole lot of movies like from the same time period they remade, and it's like, if they try to do Back to the Future though.
I think that one is one of those that's kind of timeless. You don't need to redo it because because of the time travel element to it. It's gonna, I mean, it's very. When he's in 1985, there's 1985 stuff going on. When he's in 55, he's trying to explain things away that he knows are going to happen, but he shouldn't know. And then when he's in the future, of course it's not realistic. I mean, that's the only thing they could remake is the unrealistic portion of the future, but that ruins the campiness of the movie.
It does. I mean, that's movies. Should we get back to our next TV show?
Sure. Who wants to start?
All right.
I nominate DJ.
Any seconds?
Huh?
I second you.
Okay, I guess I'm going next with number 6. I have 5 movies here to choose from. Or movies. I'm already using the word movies. 5 TV shows here to choose from. What to choose from? I'm going to go with a slam dunk and say Game of Thrones.
That's on my list. I kind of figured that's what you were going to pick when you said HBO movies.
And I have another HBO on my list. I don't want to get, when we're done, I'll explain all the other HBO stuff I could have added, but I think of the HBO ones, that's the top one. I don't really like fantasy settings, but it's more about how politics actually works in a realistic situation. It's not the hero's going to save the day. You did something 2 seasons ago, and now you're fucked because it's coming back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
Go Daenerys.
Go Daenerys?
Daenerys,
Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons.
white-haired girl.
Gotcha.
Keeper of the sacred Chaos.
Hail Aerys.
There's a reference.
Yeah, it is.
Hail Aerys. I vote that Bob should go next.
I second that.
I've heard it.
Cool. All right. Now,
wait.
There was
anybody else have Game of Thrones on the list? Sorry, I missed that.
I did.
Oh, you did. Oh, then you shouldn't go. You should wait till the next round.
This round then.
Then let's go with Kevin.
All right. I'm going to throw out a ringer. MST3K.
What's that?
Mystery Science Theater
Mystery
3000.
Science. Yeah.
All right.
I would say that the really old ones I was a big fan of, but the more they got into it, like they had to start picking less campy, weird movies to make fun of.
Yeah.
And the guys that actually do something called riff tracks online now. They'll do all kinds of movies, like, I don't know, Back to the Future, and they'll just riff on that all. It's the same guys, so.
Yeah. They actually did a live broadcast last week,
Nice.
or this past week.
You know, we do a live broadcast every week.
Really?
Oh,
What's
I
it?
know.
It's called Touch My Butt Cheek.
Is there some way that people can interact with our show? Maybe chat while it's going on?
Yeah, it's hanging on the sign right behind me if they just go to that
right
fucking
there.
website.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? This has been the cleanest language episode that I can remember in recent memory. And
Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, fuck.
fuck. Yeah. Well, I just said
Movie.
fucking also. So I mean, yeah, but this is super clean. And it was totally unintentional.
You don't want
It's
that
like
to
we're
happen.
growing up.
I mean, yeah.
Hey everyone, do you know what our guild activity is for Star Wars?
Ooh, I do
It's
not.
PvP attempts.
Nice.
That should happen going into Sunday, which today is going into Sunday.
It doesn't
Wow.
make any sense because it's doing it exactly the way that it should.
Well, because I've had the last 2 days off, of course I'm losing all sense of time because I don't have a job to keep reminding me every day what day of the week it is because, you know, I would be writing up notices every day with the date on it, but, you know, now it's No Man's Sky has just eaten up so much of my time. I completely lost all sense of reality.
I haven't been on here in probably over a week. I just keep forgetting about it.
We pretty much get our daily activities done,
And stop.
yeah, like today I promoted several characters because I had enough shards. I think 3 of them at least
Nice.
that I've been working on, and then I used up all of my energy because I think it was Dark Side battles, and I'm trying to get enough 5-star Jedi to get Yoda because I think I'm 1 short still. I think I promoted 1, so I have 4 now, and I need 5 to go on to the next Yoda challenge.
So, and we will get to Trish's pick here in a minute, and I understand that Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, EA wants the paying players to be the ones that are benefiting from everything, but they have so many events going on, and those of us that are free to play, you really have to choose one thing and work towards it till you get it, and then start another one, whereas the pay-to-play, they can just drop cash all over the fucking place and do all these events. Like, I can't participate in the Rebels one because I'm working so hard to make a dark side squad as equal to my light side squad so that I can eliminate the 2 battle things so that I can all I need to do is sim from that point on. And they just dropped all this Rebel stuff in my lap. They dropped the Scoundrel stuff in my lap when I wasn't ready for it. It's just, there's too much.
Yeah, I don't pay. I refuse to pay to play this game. As much as I love Star Wars, it's still just a game on my
Game.
phone.
Yeah.
And I'd have to say that if you really wanted to compete at the level that they're requesting you to compete, you'd have to be dropping $500-600 on the game. And if anyone on this podcast is dropping $500 or $600 on a game on their phone, please go ahead and disconnect now.
Yeah.
One PvP attempt out of the way. Hey,
I am-
Trisha.
Huh.
It's time for you to pick your 6th show.
Okay, next on my list is Portlandia.
Woo!
I did watch a few episodes of that, and it was cool. But
I would like
But
to
I
point out that those things that are on that show are real. They're just to the extreme of that real. So if you watch a show where there's a lot of weird recycling things going on, that actually happens here. People are super nice when you're at a 4-way stop, too. There was an episode where
Yes.
the joke is that everybody was waiting 20, 30 minutes to an hour to let the other person go. They're like, no, you go. No, you go. You. That happens here.
Right. Yeah, it's the opposite here. Everyone tries to go at once. Fuck you guys, I'm going.
That's why we left the Midwest.
And Portlandia is kind of like the Grimm thing where, hey, there's a real shot that I could be on it as an extra.
Speaking of Portlandia and freakazoids, someone, whenever they pop up a house number and an address, she looks it up, and those houses are the real. I mean, every location in there is the real location.
Wow.
Yeah,
Freakazoid,
it'll
there was
say
another.
It'll say like Northeast Alberta, and it'll have a house number. If you look really close at the house, you can get the house number off it. If you Google Map that, it's that house. It's literally that house.
yeah.
That's cool.
So it's not like filmed in New York, but actually filmed in Toronto with New York plates.
Right. Yeah, it's totally filmed here, just like Grimm and the Librarians, but like Backstrom took place in Portland, but some of it was filmed in Vancouver, Canada. So yeah, Portlandia is my next pick. We also started watching that after my brother moved out here, so that we could get a sense of what it was like out here by at least seeing, the outside, the backgrounds, things like that, just to kind of get an idea. And like he said, it's pretty truthful.
And funny story, the mayor, the assistant to the mayor in that show is actually the mayor. He's the real life mayor.
What was yeah.
Was the real life.
Yeah, was the mayor. So yeah, he that was a pretty funny thing too. Yeah.
Wow.
I forgot about that.
I like when they do stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Since I took yours, you should go next on this round.
Okay. All right. You guys are going to have to bear with me for a second here because this one here is a little complicated, all right? Back a long time ago, there was a cartoon that I watched, all right?
Oh, God.
It was the Dungeons & Dragons cartoon. I have here the box set, which is awesome, and it has, like, each of the discs has the characters on it and everything, and it was pretty cool. Lame, but cool. And I noticed while I was looking at this box set that the one of the inserts looks just like the Dungeons and Dragons rule book, and inside here is all the characters with their Dungeons and Dragons stats. Really neat box set. So that being said, my next one would have to be Darkwing Duck. I didn't mean for that to happen that way. I actually had written down Dungeons & Dragons cartoon, and then I rewrote my list because it was all, and it's like, where the hell Dungeons & Dragons? Well, I couldn't figure out which one to cut. So I'm like, all right, I'm still going to show off my awesomeness, and I'm Duck.
Nice swerve. That's WWE level swerve going on there, Bob.
Yeah. Now, did any of you watch either of those cartoons?
I used to watch Darkwing Duck, but
That sounds familiar, but I can't place it at all.
I had seen Gizmo Duck come onto the screen, and then when I heard that Darkwing Duck was coming, I'm like, wait a minute, where's the fucking Gizmo Duck? So I was offended that they had replaced him.
Yeah, that was the one where they started drawing Launchpad McQuack funny because he was always drawn a different way in Tailspin, and then they started drawing him funny in this one. Was it Tailspin he was in? No.
yeah.
What's the other one with the Huey, Dewey, and Louie? DuckTales. He was in DuckTales, and then they started drawing him funny for this one. Yeah.
Oh.
But that was a very...
Looking at this, I definitely never saw it. Never mind. Doesn't look familiar at all.
Yeah, I liked it. It was pretty cool. We have the seasons up here, and he was like an accountant or something, and then during the at night he dressed in his Darkwing Duck, and it's essentially a superhero Howard the Duck.
From 91 to 92.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
What do you got going on for next, Trisha?
Well, this one was probably on and off the air before most of us were alive, all of us. Me, for sure. The Monkees.
Ooh.
Hey,
That's a throwback.
Yeah.
Monkey,
I remember watching the Monkees as a kid. I remember having like Nickelodeon and then Nick at Night, and they had all of these old shows. They had the Monkees, Mr. Ed, Patty Duke. God, there were so many others. Like all these black and white and like 60s TV shows, probably Bewitched. I guess
Right.
I liked watching all of them. My Three
Bewitched,
Sons,
I
remember
Dream
that
of
one?
Jeannie. I Dream of Jeannie. I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that channel we have, wife, that has all those? She's falling asleep.
TV Land?
It might be TV Land.
That would probably be it.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
And then
Yeah,
we have
so-
the cartoon version of that same thing, Boomerang, that has all the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And
So yeah, I loved the Monkees TV show. I mean, I guess I've always liked the music. But most of my musical tastes do come from the 60s anyways, so
yeah,
that's my pick.
True dat.
that's my music style. I like the oldies and classic rock is my big ones, and then I do
Yep.
listen to country. But the big ones are the classic rock and oldies.
Yeah, those are pretty much my genres. And I mean, I've got my more recent bands too that I love, like OK Go and well, I don't have
Vampire
a lot of
Weekend.
guests. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Vampire Weekend and Wilco and well,
Wilco's 30 years old now. Come on.
okay. So yeah, they are actually OK Go. No, they're not as old.
Kevin, you want to go next? Do you want me to go next?
You go next.
Okay. I'm going to go with my last big heavy hitter, quote unquote. Well, it's not the biggest heavy hitter, but I got a graphic for this. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
My mom and dad would agree with you wholeheartedly.
I have not seen any of that. I've heard
Thank-
about it, and I heard that it was ruined. I mean, it's like the big reveal at the end I was told about before I watched any of it.
Just watch it.
It won't make a difference, Bob. It really won't.
Everybody's like, oh, you ruined the entire, I wasted 7 years of my life. No, just,
Because you're going to be like, and how does this end fit into any of this? The whole time. Trust me.
Gotcha.
so it won't matter. But the show is awesome. You need to watch it. That was also, we were doing something the day that the 2-hour premiere was on, and as soon as we were done, we sat down and we clicked on the TV, and I'm like, oh, plane crash show. Let's go ahead and watch this. And then the weird shit started happening. I'm like, oh, hey.
I think that was the show that, like, kind of like another one on your list that I saw. It's one of those shows where you watch it every week, and you have, like, all of these questions, and you're like, okay, they're going to answer some of these questions next week. So then you watch next week, and instead of answering any of the questions that you had, you have more.
Right, and you kept
Every
going back,
week.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So wait.
Because it's like, come on, you got to tell me sometime.
Yeah. Kevin, it's your turn.
I am going to go with Red Dwarf.
What's that one?
It's a very niche British show, but
My dad likes.
Yeah, it's... Yeah. That says it all.
I've been exposed to it. I don't even know where to go with that one.
let's say, okay, so
I don't even know how to explain it.
let me I'm not someone who watched it very often, so let me explain it and then have Kevin correct me. So the premise of the show is somebody gets stuck on a ship in cryogenic freeze and everyone else dies except for one other person who turns into a bipedal
Hologram.
cat. And then that's the show. Comedy on face. It's weird.
Yeah, it's British Star Trek. I know, it's like if Monty Python did Star Trek, that's what you'd have.
Here's a good one.
That's a good explanation. Yeah. Kitty. Hey.
I think that was one of the shows, like Doctor Who, that was on our PBS network in Beulah
Nice.
when we were kids. So I know my dad watched a lot of. Well, that's where I picked up on a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's where I saw at least small parts of basically every James Bond movie on the planet, and music videos
So you
from
didn't see James Bond in space.
classic rock.
Because it
No.
wasn't on the planet.
No.
I don't think there was one of those. If there was, you wouldn't have seen it. It wasn't on the planet. Ignore me.
We can't.
So,
We can't ignore you, Bob. You're unignorable.
well, we can if we just say, so what's the next one on someone's list?
Well, that's true.
Quick.
So we're going to turn it
Other
right
than
back
Bob.
on Kevin to start us off on the second one here. Or the next one.
All right. To go with a more recent, like less obscure one, I'm gonna go with Lucifer.
Oh, I've only watched one episode of that.
Oh, it's a
does
great
it get
series.
better?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I wasn't sure what to think, but I did watch one episode of it, so it's on our Hulu list. So
I recommend it.
the guinea pig needs hay. Ooh.
And I haven't watched it at all, but it was one of those that I might have given a shot. But here's my worry. It's on Fox, correct?
Yeah.
So what Fox does to shows is they have a premise, they do the premise for the entire first season, and then the second season they're like, fuck the premise, let's do something different, but keep the show the same way, basically. And then you're like, what the fuck did you just do?
Well, they
Like
did
Prison Break.
Firefly it.
Well, not even that. You have to go with multi-season shows. So, Prison Break. How many times can you break out of fucking prison before they realize, hey, these two are dangerous?
Three.
I mean, really.
I'm gonna
3.
go with 5.
And then they get to be criminals on another show in space. I mean, in time.
Yeah.
Yes. Snart. Arr.
That I have that show on Hulu that I kind of like. If there's nothing left to watch, I'll pick that one up, which is why I watched the one episode. That and The Path, which is a Hulu TV show, and that one about the guy going back in time to prevent the JFK assassination.
11/23/63 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's got a date as the whatever the date was that it happened, I guess.
Wasn't that based on Stephen King?
Franco?
It is, yes.
Yeah, James Franco?
James
Is that his
Franco.
name? Yeah.
I have
It's
a
not
feeling-
his twin,
Lost.
Frank James, though.
So I've got those shows on the list of someday I should really watch these, but I'm just not compelled to yet for some reason. So I'll have to give Lucifer more of a try.
My old boss wrote a book, and it is about a guy who goes back in time, and he tries to stop Abraham Lincoln from getting assassinated. Doesn't work. But it's pretty cool.
Now, just as an aside, Trisha just said she's going to have to go back and give Lucifer a try. Anyone just joining the show at that point is going to go, what?
One guy going, right on, man.
Yeah, these guys are awesome. Speaking of Trisha, you're next because we went opposite from the last time.
Okay. The next one on my list is No Longer On, and it was a half-hour show, and it was Parks and Recreation,
Mm.
and it was on NBC, and I kind of mentioned it the other day because we were talking about TV shows that took place in Indiana, but probably weren't shot there, and that was one of them. But Andy Dwyer was the character name, who is played by Star-Lord. That's where I initially saw him, well before he became the big movie star hunk.
Is that where you guys start then?
I
I'd
would
say so.
imagine it probably is. I mean, yeah, I think it is. And then to see him do those TV shows after he was this big movie star type guy was kind of funny. But he's great in that show too. He's a very dumb character. So it had Amy Poehler on it. She was from Saturday Night Live. So it just had a lot of really stupid and quick sort of humor in it that I really like. And there was another girl, I can't think of, oh, her name is Aubrey Plaza. Did you watch, not Avatar: The Last Airbender, Korra, Legends of Korra, like on Nickelodeon?
I've heard of it.
Okay, well, she voiced one of the characters. She's just this very deadpan, kind of weird sense of humor type person, and I think she's like that all the time, everywhere. So she's kind of the same person, whether she plays herself in a TV show, whether she voices a cartoon character, or whether she's playing somebody on TV. But I really like her too. She's really funny. So
Nice.
Parks and Recreation, really like it.
Cool.
Next.
That would be me.
It was a show that DJ did not watch with me either.
No, I thought it was trying too hard to be The Office.
It was way better than The Office because it didn't have the guy that played Michael.
Well,
It was so much better than The Office.
okay. Well, I have on my list here. I'm going to go with The Flash, and I'm talking about the current one with Grant Gustin.
All right. I
Because-
guess.
When Arrow came out, I was all about, hey, this is one of the greatest shows ever. I'm really enjoying it. And when they announced that Flash was going to be joining him, I'm like, oh, God, they're going to ruin it with some overpowered superhero. Oh, no. This is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. That show is way better than Arrow.
Really?
Yeah.
That was
In
actually
fact, if you
sort
asked
of
me to... Sorry?
that's also sort of on my list.
Sort of?
It's a good
like,
show. I watch it too. I like it.
Yeah, I actually consider it all one show, but that some people
I know.
only choose to watch some of them. So I actually have Flash, Arrow, Legends of Tomorrow, Supergirl on my list. Like, it's all in the same world. It's all. I mean, imagine if you had, like, I don't know, any of the shows that we've mentioned so far, but you have like another show. Okay, take your Doctor Who and Torchwood, where it's granted it's a spin-off, but it's the same world. It's kind of the same. They weave in and out of each other.
Yeah.
And you know what these do.
Well, Torchwood was really considered Doctor Who for adults, whereas Doctor Who is actually for kids, actually, technically. But,
But
yeah, so...
with all
so
the comic book TV shows too, like all the ones that you mentioned, a lot of the characters and the storyline crosses over between episodes too.
Exactly.
So yeah, so yeah, they very much so work with each other.
So I mean, it's almost like that whole thing is one TV show, and then some people just choose to watch some episodes, and some people choose to watch some other episodes, and
I think though what's going to make it tough for us in the future is they're all moving to the CW, or some of them, all of them.
the
they're
only
all
one
on the-
that's there now is Supergirl, and she is starting on their second season.
So, but what they're doing is they made an exclusive deal with Netflix, so we don't get to watch the episodes weekly anymore. They're all going to Netflix 1 week after the final season airs. So now I'm going to have to coordinate which episodes belong together, because we watched Arrow when it came out. Flash when it came out,
Yeah.
DC Legends of Tomorrow when it came out, and we had an order going on, and now I'm going to have to know, okay, this one doesn't seem to make sense. Oh, that's because it's playing off of what happened in Arrow. Well, Jesus Christ, people.
Yeah, so we're getting screwed.
Yeah.
But we didn't watch Supergirl because it was on
CBS.
CBS, and CBS doesn't work with Netflix or anything. So we didn't watch Supergirl at all. But with it being on the CW now, we'll have access to it, sort of.
I really hope that it also pops into Netflix so that we can watch the first season, because the effort to find the episodes, because we don't watch appointment TV, so the effort to find the episodes was so high that I'm like, fuck it, I'm done trying.
Right.
So that was,
When I rewatched that, I actually watched I watched Arrow episode 1, season 1, and then I think it was season 2, and then season 3 I went one episode at a time between that and Flash, and then I watched it the way that it would have happened. So
see, that's where they get you, though, is in the mid-season break, sometimes Flash runs longer than Arrow, and Arrow starts later than Flash. Or, they don't always sync up, because there was one
Right.
season there was like 2 Flashes after Arrow had stopped for the season, and then Arrow picked up at some point, and you're like, I don't understand what's going on here. Why isn't everybody on the same schedule?
Hmm?
So then, Bob, it's your turn.
Well, I had that Flash one on top of yours, so
Oh. Well, sorry for stealing your thunder.
it's okay.
Like a lightning bolt on the
Make my own
chest,
thunder.
stole your thunder. Yeah. Yeah. I make my own thunder too every morning when I take a shit.
A lot more often than that.
Thunder.
Here comes the thunder. All right. Well, then why don't you start with the next one, and we just won't keep going in this order. How about you go with what are we on now? 8, 9?
I've got 2 more to go.
Okay.
I've got 3.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yeah, I've given 8, so I need to cross one of mine off.
Okay. So Bob goes first. Number 9.
All right, I'm really surprised that nobody said Walking Dead yet.
I forgot about Walking Dead.
I watch all the Walking Dead. I started to watch the new Walking Dead, but that was a little more difficult to get into because
I
it just
hate every character in Fear the Walking Dead. I hate them all.
yeah, that was kind of the thing that I was getting into. I have like 13 volumes of the trades of the comic books, which strayed a little bit from the storyline, and like it would stray a little bit and then kind of come back in, and in and out, and it just gave you more of the same thing. But the world loves zombies right now. Fuck it, go with it, right? So
It
anybody
is
else?
a zombie fest going on.
So nobody else had Walking Dead on theirs?
Nope.
No, I completely spaced that one out.
Yeah,
So you guys would have if you were to remembered it.
Yes. Yeah, because we've named so many things so far. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. I was surprised on that one though. I'm like, no one said this yet.
I might have booted a Doctor Who or the Battlestar Galactica or something for that. But I mean, yeah, it's we're a season behind because we're watching from Netflix, but it's still good.
All right. Who's next?
Kevin's gonna go next because he needs to go next.
I'm gonna go with MASH.
I
MASH.
almost said that.
What can I say? I'm a fan of Alan Alda.
Yep, I almost said that one.
Wow.
Nice.
I have the song in my iPod. Do you know what the name of the song is that they play for their theme song?
Suicide is painless.
It sure is. They had to take the lyrics off of it when they played it on the TV show, but on the movie, which only has one character that's the same, or one actor that's the same, they played the lyrics. Radar. Yep. Now, Radar was not, I don't know if you know this, but he would not have been allowed in the military. He was missing a finger. And he would have not been allowed in the military because of this issue that he had. So they always had a package or a bear or something, and you couldn't see that he was missing a finger. And so on the there was an episode like 20 years later where they brought like all the characters together again, kind of a reunion thing. He comes pulling up in a Jeep because that's what the packages were that he was sending home, pieces of a Jeep at a time, and he
No
rebuilt
way.
what he got. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Because he always had a package. He had to have something in his hand to hide that finger.
Wow.
I actually heard it was cerebral palsy.
Oh,
That's what I've heard. So.
yeah.
Isn't he the one that would? No, that was Klinger. Never. Wait, yeah, Klinger. Klinger was the crossdresser.
Yeah.
Right. Which today he'd be considered a hero.
Well, he also wouldn't have been allowed in the military back then. So yeah,
Right.
that's funny. Trisha.
Bob's Burgers.
Oh,
Good one.
it's yeah. It's good.
I've watched some of that.
I love, we watched the beginning, and the beginning, it's sort of like the way The Simpsons always has something different on Bart Simpson's chalkboard. They do a different business to one side of them, like there's a new business that pops up every week during the opening, and then there's always a pest control truck that pulls up in front because there's a bunch of mice, and it's always a different named company for the pest control, and then they also come up with a different special burger,
Nice.
like of the week during the episode that's on a chalkboard inside of the. But the humor on that show is really good, and it has
Do you
that
watch-
Kristen Schall's video or voice, and well, his name is Eugene, right? The guy.
I don't know what you.
That's my
I don't
middle
know
name.
what Gene's name is, but
But he was on
Orchard?
oh, Star Talk.
Yeah, Star Talk,
Oh.
because he's a comedian.
And you can't look at him without seeing Gene after you've seen Bob's Burgers.
No,
It's just really
he's
hard to do.
Wow. See, my middle name's Eugene. I really like the name of Bob's Burgers.
Yeah. You should watch Bob's Burgers.
I watched a few episodes.
Hey, now I can hear myself echoing in the background. It sounds really robotic.
I'm not hearing it.
Are you a Cylon?
I could be. So, has everybody else gone? Is it my turn to do 9?
Yep.
I'm going to go with HBO's Rome.
I haven't seen it.
What's that?
It's the dramatization of the last year of Julius Caesar's life for season 1, and season 2 is the first year of Caesar Augustus, the person that took over after Caesar. Basically, the first Caesar, because Julius Caesar was not a Caesar, but everybody that was after him was a Caesar.
Okay, and they started the salad dressing factory.
Yeah, no.
No. Oh, different one.
It's really good. It's like your HBO shows. It's got boobs in it. There is a lot of political intrigue going, and the greatest thing about it is it's historical. So the one thing I don't like is that it ended after second season. But unlike most shows that tend to run too long, they just did 2 seasons, and after the second season, they're like, we're just going to stop here because we think it's perfect. We're going to leave it alone.
Yeah.
Nice.
I like boobs.
So yeah, Rome.
Nice.
So-
Has everybody done their number 9 now?
What do we have? Let's do another Mad Libs before we do number 10.
Ooh, good thinking. There's people who are like, oh no, we want to hit number 10. No, you have to wait.
Yep. After this Mad Libs break. And I'm going to go back to the adult ones, and we're just going to redo one that Bob didn't get to participate in.
Yeah.
And just remember, buttfucker is both a verb and a noun. Let's see here. I don't think we've done that one with Bob, so And since Bob missed this one out, I'm going to go ahead and start with Bob. Part of the body, plural.
Let's go with teeth.
Teeth. Trisha, plural noun.
Plural noun.
Motherfuckers.
Jars.
Jars. I'm going to go with noun, and that will be buttfucker. And Kevin, you got a noun.
TV.
TV. Bob, adjective.
Well, orange.
Orange. I hear it's the new black.
It is. Totally is.
Trisha, plural noun again.
Damn it.
Janet.
Oh, shoot. And I knit wrong, too.
I think damning it and shoot are both verbs.
Okay. Guinea pigs.
Guinea pigs. Kevin, adjective.
Flickering.
Flickering. I know I did this out of order. Sorry. I got a plural noun, and I'm going to go with streaking. Wait. Streakers. Streakers. Bob, number.
42.
I knew
Good
you were going
one.
to say that.
We all know
Kevin,
he was going to
noun.
say that.
Noun.
Noun.
Towel.
Towel. Good boy. Trisha, adjective.
Fluffy.
Fluffy. Noun, I got. It's schlong. Let's go with Trisha, noun.
Another noun?
Yes.
Refrigerator.
Refrigerator. Bob, go with adjective.
Let's go with. No one's used sparkly this time, so we'll go with that one.
Sparkly.
Use
Kevin,
it every
noun.
time.
Noun.
Noun.
Glasses.
Glasses. I have name of coworker, but I can obviously use any person ever in the history of everything. And I'm going to go with Abe Lincoln.
Vampire hunter.
Sure.
I'd fight Gandhi.
Why
Movie quote.
Gandhi?
Huh?
Why Gandhi?
You know the movie.
Yeah. Trisha, adjective.
Sticky.
And Bob, part of the body.
Tentacles. You didn't say human body.
Oh, I did not. Tentacle. Singular.
Oh, yes, just one.
All right, here we go. Hangover cures.
Good night.
You're unsteady on your teeth. You're breaking out in cold jars, and you have a splitting budfucker ache. Yep, it's hangover. It's a hangover, and you need help. Cure number 1, the bloody TV. There is no orange substitute. The curative guinea pig and this flickering drink are astonishing. Cure number 2, the coffee cure. Many streakers swear that nothing equals 42 cups of black towel to rid you of that fluffy headache. Cure number 3, the shower cure. This one works like a schlong for most people. Stand under the refrigerator and alternate between hot and sparkly water. If these don't work, get on your cell glasses and call Abe Lincoln. If he is a sticky friend, he will cover your tentacle at work.
That's awfully nice of him.
Yeah. I'm Abe Lincoln. I've been thinking you should call 1-800-FED-INFO. Wait.
I'll cover your tentacles.
Tentacle!
And
All right. Who wants to go first for the final round?
Ooh, me.
Bob, your armpit is showing. Go ahead.
Me? I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's kind of like it was a great show. I don't remember how many seasons there were. Eureka. It was
Live.
It was in a town where everybody was a genius, and that except for the sheriff, who was from out of town.
It was a hidden town, even.
Yeah. I used to love that one. Me and my wife lady watched it we watched it on Netflix, and it was great. It did have that weird thing that a lot of these shows do, where it has like a storyline that goes throughout the whole thing, except for like Christmas episodes that are totally outside of the story altogether, and then the next episode is back in. And but the last Christmas special was amazing, where they were flicking back and forth through different cartoons and stuff, and so here's all the characters being done in the style of Peanuts or anime or it was really cool.
Not to
Great
take
show.
away from your Eureka, but a side note on Community, they did a G.I. Joe episode where it was done in the style of the G.I. Joe cartoons. And because nobody ever died in that cartoon, the whole thing was one of the characters shot and killed a member of Cobra, and nobody knew how to react. They're like, we've never had anyone killed before. I don't even know what to say at the funeral.
Wow.
So, yeah, I totally love bonkers stuff like that. Yeah.
Eureka's really awesome. And a side note, there's a podcast that I listen to that it really reminds me of that. It's kind of like a radio show in a weird town called Night Vale. Yes. Welcome to
You've
Night
mentioned
Vale.
this before.
It's the podcast. I definitely suggest at least listening to the first episode, and you'll either love it or you'll hate it.
I
Okay.
second that recommendation.
I haven't started listening
You
to
have
it. I have looked at it before, but I guess if you're comparing it to Eureka, maybe I'll give it a shot.
I don't know why, but for some reason they've always kind of like seemed parallel-y. Parallel-y?
Parallel.
And you'll have more time to listen to podcasts in the future, too.
Yeah, I will. So, who wants to go next? No, Bob, you already went.
Right.
Number 11.
I actually do have a +1, a just-in-case one that I put on here, but go ahead.
I can say mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big Love.
Ooh.
Big love.
Big
Yes.
Love.
Another HBO show where it's about Mormonism, or the multiple spouses, multiple wives thing.
Oh, okay.
So
I've had multiple wives. I've only been married twice, though.
All at one time.
all at one time, Bob.
Oh,
Living in side-by-side houses.
So most men think, "Oh, I would love to have multiple wives." No, if you think that multiple wives is a good thing, watch this show and you will be cured.
yeah, one's enough. I can only be wrong for 24 hours at a time. I don't know how you can squeeze more wrong into that.
Well, you can be wrong 3 times as much, 24 hours at a time.
Wow, that sounds fun.
Yeah. So, Kevin.
All right. I'm gonna say I saved the best for last, but I know
I
you'll
did
all
too.
I think you'll all disagree. I'm gonna go with Red versus Blue.
That's
I-
what my boy watches.
I've seen episodes of it, and initially when I saw them as little snippets on YouTube, I thought they were hilarious. But when they're strung together, they kind of loses something for me.
All right. I rather like it. I enjoyed how they started pulling together.
You know who did that same thing was Annoying Orange was a YouTube video that I always liked, and then they started making an actual TV show out of it, and it's like, this sucks. It's only good in small doses.
Well, China, Illinois. My first pick was an internet thing, and
It's not good in any dose.
it's got its own flavor, and I think it's still okay. So I mean, I can
I think
relate
that
to
flavor
your,
is cat poop.
yes, cat poop. It tastes like cat poop.
So do not taste that show.
So that leaves me with obviously the best show of the list. Are you all ready?
Yeah.
Daredevil.
Oh,
Oh,
I watched season 1 of that. It was pretty good.
season 2 is better.
is just as good, if not better.
I'm gonna have to watch.
I want to go back and watch that show again, like from start to finish.
I'm gonna have to start with season 1 again.
Yeah.
Watch Jessica Jones before you watch season 2.
Watch what?
Jessica Jones.
Oh, you know what? I almost watched that today, and I ended up going with Home, and then what the hell? I started watching the Batman movie, like the original Adam West Batman movie.
Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist are going to each have their own series, and then they're also going to be in a joint series, kind of like the Avengers, but it's going to be called the Defenders. So,
When's that come out?
well, the series aren't. I think it's going to come out late 2017, but Iron Fist is going to come out in 2017 also. So I don't know if there's going to be a gap. I'm really interested to see Iron Fist. And Luke Cage is about to come out on September 6th, September 12th, maybe somewhere in there.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Show's over. Bye. Just kidding.
Good, I'm tired.
But I did write +1. You want to hear my +1?
Plus
My
one.
Yeah, I have Scrubs as my +1.
Good choice.
I had on my list, I crossed Scrubs off.
That was one that, that was just a tough one. It was like kind of a tag along, but it wasn't really like, yeah.
I have a couple others on my list too that I skipped. One was Pushing Daisies, and the other was,
I don't like that.
and the other is Fresh Off the Boat.
That's a good one. And I didn't list most of the cartoons that I thought would have been great. They're not great to go back and watch, but I was a big fan of the actually the new Voltron Legendary Defender on Netflix is unbelievable. I also left off Strain, Strategic Armored Infantry, which is a anime.
Oh.
I just recently finished watching Alt Noah Zero, which is anime. I've also watched.
Do you like Naruto?
Yes.
Well, he might. I have a thing for mecha, so I just added recently the Ruby to the queue, so I'm going to start watching Ruby a little bit because the teaser that you sent me that was all together looked good, so I want to check that out.
Nice.
Although Ruby is spelled with a W.
You'll find out why in the series.
Ruby?
Well, from an outsider's perspective, there's one girl with each color basically of their palette: red, white, black, and yellow. Ruby. Yeah. I also left off Hawaii Five-0, the new one, which I have been watching, and it's on Netflix, so I'm almost caught up to what Netflix has available.
Yeah, it's funny that you said like the cartoon because there was a whole block of cartoons that came out at the same time as Darkwing Duck, and that would be the what were the Chippendales Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, and there was like a huge block of cartoons, and they were all like we watched them every single day.
I initially had Pinky and the Brain on my list.
Ooh, nice. That was a part of Animaniacs, was it not?
Yeah.
Yep. And that branched off.
I would have also nominated Transformers because while it doesn't necessarily hold up over time, it has evolved with the times in using newer animation and rebooting itself, kind of including everything. But I mean, they're doing so much with Transformers right now. It's hard to peg one down, really.
All right, I think I heard something different from what you guys were saying. What I heard was we need to do a episode just on cartoons, and you guys were actually like, yeah.
I heard that too.
Cartoons and anime.
Yeah.
Well, since Soft Rock Messiah isn't here to deny that, we can totally do a cartoon episode.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Now she's struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to go with, we should include everything. Like, if you loved Super Friends, even though you may have seen them more recently, going, oh, God, I liked that, still add it because you have a memory of it.
I actually almost just said Super Friends. I had a Super Friends story that I was getting ready to tell because I mentioned it at work a couple days ago. Because of the new movie that's going to be coming out, we have got Aquaman, who is making his way to the big screen. And there are some people, okay, when you look at the timeline, the people who reach a certain age remember Aquaman from the Super Friends, right? And but I mean, like, look at Iron Man. Before that first movie came out, nobody fucking knew who Iron Man was who wasn't into comics. Right, exactly. It's like
I didn't like Iron Man necessarily, but yeah, I knew who he was.
It was amazing once that first movie came out. It's like, holy shit, why have I never heard of this guy? But it wasn't a big thing. Nobody knew who Iron Man was except for the comic book geeks who knew about it. And I don't know how true the movies were to the comic books, but nobody knew about it.
They're actually pretty goddamn close. I mean, they've updated it for the war that he's participating in, because, of course, everybody back then, it was, he got blown shrapnel in Vietnam, so that's, yeah, the farther we get away from Vietnam, the more they have to start angling towards something people know what the fuck we're talking about, because nobody knows what Vietnam was like anymore.
And I just really kind of hope that that Cyborg is another one. Cyborg had that was where the thing was that once you hit a certain age, you knew Aquaman because of that show, and then once you're young enough, you remember Cyborg from the Teen Titans. So you have like this age group thing where some people remember this one, some people remember this one, and this is going to bring those two together. Now, I really hope that Aquaman, he's got the same powers as SpongeBob. He
lives in a pineapple?
Under the sea?
Yeah. He can communicate with fish, and that's like, basically that's what people know. The whole like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
No, it's...
I thought that was the $6 Million Man jumping over a fence.
Oh my god.
So
we're gonna do like a Name That Tune episode with sound effects.
Yeah. Well, I'm really, really hoping that this thing here like brings these superheroes like out and says, look how awesome they are. You know, it's because, man, with Aquaman, I mean, they can really make that uber awesome, or they can make it uber not awesome.
Yeah.
I hope they really like bring these names out there for everybody to see. Almost like the Iron Man thing, like nobody knew who Iron Man was, and now everybody, even if you've never seen those movies and you know who you are, they still know who Iron Man is, right? And I hope they do that with Aquaman and Cyborg, and you know, everybody knows who Wonder Woman is.
It's Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. He's still Air America to me, so.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to those movies just to bring out those characters and that aspect that people just don't know. But yeah, that's
you don't
cool.
even know.
Because I was just getting ready to say the Super Friends, and you mentioned Super Friends. Of all the cartoons out there, you mentioned that one.
It did. Because, so, when it was on some sort of service that I was watching, and I thought, hey, let's go watch an episode that I remember fondly. So I watched it. And I am looking at it going, oh my God, was I 3?
Right. You think if this sucked anymore, it would suck more than it does right now.
If that aired today, it wouldn't make it past the first. It wouldn't even make it to the end of its own episode. It was so. It was. I'm like, wow. But it was written for kids. And I was a kid, so I remember it fondly. Although it's now been tainted because I've rewatched it. Same thing that happened with Transformers. Been tainted.
I too, once a long time ago, was a kid.
You were?
I think it was on a Tuesday.
On it, yeah. Because you didn't say back in the day, which is a Wednesday. We all know that.
Right. Everybody knows that.
Well, since we're still talking about cartoons, this is TV also. So I like the cartoon called The Centurions, which is the Power Extreme guys. They stand there and then equipment gets beamed onto them.
Mm.
Now, they had big things that equipment could attach onto their suit with. What was that? Oh, yeah. Your Justice League of Hall of Heroes comic store or whatever.
Yeah, a superhero museum that's in my area, I guess. Area being used loosely because it's still like a 45-minute drive.
So the Centurions, if they were to be redone today, would be like big metal plates, and it wouldn't be. It would be different. Like everybody could have the same. I don't know. It was a good cartoon at the time. That I have also gone back and watched, and while parts of it holds up, most of it does not.
I almost said this one for TV shows. Do any of you remember this?
What was that?
Greatest American Hero.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air.
That's the one. Yep. The guy, an alien spaceship drops off a suit, and the teacher puts on the suit, and he ends up with superpowers. So he can do things, and this detective is like pretty much recruits him to help him fight crime. And so there's the two of them fighting crime, the superhero, which is funny because they do it very... he can't fly worth the shit, so he crashes into things. But like when they shoot at him, he has to do this because his face can still get hit or whatever. It's the suit that gives him the power.
But you're not explaining the best part about him getting the superhero suit.
He lost the instruction book.
He lost the instruction manual, so he doesn't know how to fly. He doesn't know how to use the stupid suit.
There's a little book stuck in his side, and while he's walking, the book falls out, so he doesn't know how to use it. So he's trying to figure out powers while he's doing it. Yeah.
Well, the episode that I remember is he learns how to shrink in the suit. He puts the book down and grows, and he wasn't holding the book at the time, so the book is gone.
Yes, he set it on a boulder, a huge boulder, which ended up being a grain of sand. And then when an ant came in there, he like was freaked out by an ant or something, and poof, there he was. I could be totally wrong about the ant thing, but I have at least season 1, possibly season 2 of that up here. And one of the seasons, if you hit the button on the front, it plays the song, which I also have on my Bob Pod.
I used to have a red sweater that I wore, and my
Were you
mom,
single then?
I was in grade school, and my mom sewed on the symbol on the white. It was a big circle on my chest because I love that show. Oh, nerd.
Doesn't Sheldon wear one of those in the Big Bang Theory?
That's on CBS, so we don't get to watch it very
Which
often. But I
should have added to my list. I could be wrong. That's what the symbol is. I don't know where they came up with that, but...
Hey, we need a logo for a random generic superhero. Hey, let's make a box and put a spike through it. Hey, here we go!
They had that. That was the signed, autographed picture of him, but they also had the actual suit, which was classic 60s style. Like, oh, you know, all the Star Trek guys wore that, where you can see like all the wrinkles and The next generation Star Trek looks very, very smooth and like nice and neat, and the older ones, they all had like those weird wrinkly things that they couldn't quite figure out, and it was all made of wool.
Spanx weren't invented yet.
Yeah.
There was a Target ad online that said, "Let all the red shirts help you," and then right below it, somebody pasted on Captain Kirk going, "Why do you want them all to die?"
I saw a picture on Facebook today. It said stormtroopers after a long day of paintball, and it had a bunch of stormtroopers, not a speck of paint on anybody. They're all it's just a huge thing of stormtroopers. Yeah, no paint.
Or the one with the stormtrooper staring down at a bowl of cereal going, "Those were the droids I was looking for."
Nice.
So, or the stormtrooper and the red shirt.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. A red shirt and a stormtrooper have a fight. The stormtrooper fails to hit anything near the red shirt, yet the red shirt still dies.
Yep. Red shirt dies anyways. Yeah, that's weird. We were talking about the two of them, so the next logical thing was there.
So I listened to a podcast called Mission Log, a Roddenberry Star Trek podcast, and they're going through every episode and movie of Star Trek. They went through the original series, they did the cartoon, and then they did the original series movies. Now they're in the middle of, or towards the end of Next Generation. So in the original series, some weird shit happens. Apparently, people beam down to planets, and people just randomly put stuff in their mouth. They've never been on that planet before. Hey, what does this taste like? You just infected yourself with something, and now you're going to die. Oh, that's right, you're going to die because you're wearing a red fucking shirt.
That's probably what I would do.
And they make all the weird comments, the funny comments about, he did this. Why? We don't know, but he did it. He just stuck it right in his mouth. I got a ding.
Was that was you? Okay. I just drank 2 drinks here of this, what is that stuff called? Fluffed marshmallow vodka mixed with like a 7-Up type thing. So here's what happened is I took the glass, after drinking 2 of these, I took the glass and I set it down, and just as I set it down, ding! So I picked up my glass and I tried to recreate this ding, and I hit my table, and it wasn't working. I'm like, what the hell was that ding? It was you.
Pineapple cider in there for me?
I probably would not have tried that if I didn't drink that.
Right?
Yeah.
I totally want your fluffy marshmallow vodka or whatever it is.
Sure. It's pretty good. We have churro flavor.
God, I really want to try that too.
It's pretty good. I've tried this. There's a caramel one. I've got another one. It's there was a whipped cream. There was a
Back in my day, you either had regular vodka, cherry, or lime. Those are the only 3 flavors you had. You liked it because those were it.
Back in my day, you either drank the vodka or you didn't drink the vodka.
Yeah. Well, the other one I have out there is actually wedding cake or birthday cake. It's a cake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it ice cream cake?
It's not ice cream.
It's flavored vodka. So every weekend, my buddies and I would go out to, well, if we didn't find a party, we would just grab alcohol and drive out in the middle of nowhere and just drink. So almost every single weekend, I either got lime or cherry flavored vodka to mix in with my orange juice because then it was all a fruity, awesome mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's bending over right now.
Oh.
Why is that of news to the podcast?
Because I'm not paying attention to the podcast anymore.
Oh, what's
Yeah.
this? There's a conversation in the greatest conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I haven't gotten a notice at all.
Yeah,
Oh, I
my
know
page
why.
is open. Oh, there it is. Okay. It says it's got the red shirt. I don't know if I'm supposed to read this out loud, but I'm totally going to. How tough are Scotsmen? Ladies, you're speaking to the only guy in a red shirt who isn't dead. That's nice. That's cool.
I thought it was amusing, so figured I'd share.
Yeah.
It is amusing. It is amusing, laddie.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I mean, Star Trek is one that I definitely I could have added, not the original Star Trek, because I couldn't get into the original Star Trek, but because of the time period, that was like before my time. Now, the Next Generation, that was mine. And the reason was because Sunday, they had a couple cartoons and like kids-type shows. I can't think of any right now, but it was kind of like the Saved by the Bell type shows.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
Saved by the Bell could actually have made my list.
Oh, yeah, now that I think about it, yeah. But right after those were done, there was nothing on TV for kids. And Star Trek Next Generation was like the closest thing that there was a couple channels that had like church and shit like that. There was a couple channels that had like news. There was literally nothing on for kids except for Star Trek. And Star Trek was a stretch for kids. So Next Generation would have been my, that's where I kind of came on board with Star Trek.
And I was super into Star Trek. Like the movies is really what drew me in, but I was watching the original series stuff too. And then when new Next Generation came out, I was like, what the hell is this crap? So for the first 2 seasons, I didn't watch it at all, and nobody could believe how much I was into Star Trek that I wasn't watching. But having seen later seasons and gone back to watch the early seasons, they're like feeling around in the dark on how to do Star Trek. It's really fucking awful to watch.
Next Generation?
Yeah. The first season is almost unbearable to watch. The uniforms look terrible. It's just all they did was add a collar and they look much better.
I didn't like the uniforms of the original one. I didn't like. You know, one of the main things I didn't like about the original one was that here, Captain, you have to sign this, and he would hand them a clipboard.
Well, I mean, they used the technology. Everybody was eating Play-Doh in the original too.
Yeah, when I watched that, they didn't even use fucking clipboards then. When I was watching it, I mean, and now, and this is supposed to be something that takes place in the future, and yet they were using the technology of the past. Like, what the hell are all these flashing lights on the wall? Like, just random flashing lights. I hated those flashing lights because they were just flashing lights. What the hell were they?
What about the random plastic colorful squares that you used to put in? They were tapes that they were getting information off of.
Yeah. I mean, their projection of what the future was going to be, like, really sucked, you know?
So, if I had to... TOS was okay. The original series was okay. TNG, once it got past the first season, maybe the second season, then it was great. The Deep Space Nine had a really great multi-season arc thing going on, and I enjoyed the hell out of that. Voyager kind of straight off the rails, so it was a little bit weird. You either liked it or you hated it, but everybody agrees that it doesn't belong in continuity. And then...
but as a
Enterprise.
separate show, was it good? Like, as a separate entity on itself?
I watched it, so I mean it wasn't terrible. And then Enterprise, which almost is universally hated, was my favorite because they had the they had the best of the stories going on because it was all they were introducing us to stuff that no other series introduced us to. There were references to this big war with the Xindi, for instance, that we got to explore. Now, unfortunately, the Xindi never popped back up in the rest of the series. They would have been a great ally, but, I mean, it was good stuff. Oh, kitty.
Kitty. Hey, look.
What's that? I don't think he gives a damn.
She left me. Oh, she's behind it trying to catch them. Now she's sitting behind the iPad.
My favorite cat video cat that's
There we
watching race cars go in a circle, and when the cars come up to go to the other side, the cat jumps onto the side to catch it, and it doesn't understand where the car went.
Yeah.
She
That's
can't see
funny.
the screen now. She's on the back of it, but there she is.
Fuzzy kitty, fuzzy kitty. We should do a Star Trek episode.
I try to draw a mouse on my finger.
She's not super into mice.
There are actual games that you can get for the iPad that have little fish swimming around on the screen,
I've seen that.
and then you touch them to catch them. And she's played with them a little bit in the past.
Wow. And chances are, if I didn't just drink 2 of those drinks, I probably wouldn't have drawn that.
That's funny.
But yeah, I mean, okay, so basically you have, there's 3 types of people. You have the Star Wars people, you have the Star Trek people, and then you have the both people. And it seemed like there was very few both people. It seemed like you either like Star Wars.
And I don't know why they have to be mutually exclusive.
Wait. There's a 4th group.
Oh, sorry, the neither.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I don't understand why they have to be mutually exclusive. Why can't I enjoy my spaceships in both a Star Wars and a Star Trek variety?
I think it was because they were so, like, utterly different. Like, one of them was very dirty, and the whole, like, everybody's planet was, like, destroyed, and so now we're, like, in the Matrix, how they're wearing, like, dirty clothes and, like, whatever we can scrounge up from the ruins of other civilizations, as opposed to the Starfleet, which is, like, everything's very crisp and clean, and, like, no germs are allowed within the ship.
Well, I mean, I can understand that, but Star Trek is about exploring morals and messages and stuff, and Star Wars is a sword and sorcery fantasy, which happens to happen in space. But there's nothing wrong with either one of those things. And for me, I'm super into the space aspect. I like spaceships, I like space movies, I like space TV shows, I like it all. And I don't understand why I can't I don't understand why I can't like Star Wars and Interstellar, because they both contain spaceships.
There is a role-playing game then that is you can like use anything, and space is definitely one of those things, and that would be the Savage World system. They do have a space one for that.
Speaking of games, I'm playing No Man's Sky, which because it happens in space, you get to wander around at as you will. I'm totally into that.
Yeah.
I've played it non-stop 2 straight days.
But hey, have any of you played the new Star Wars role-playing game?
No.
You'd have to tell me what version, and then I could tell you whether or not I've even heard of it.
There's actually 3 of the newest ones. The newest ones you have the Edge of the Empire, which is the white book, and then like 2 years later they had the red book, which I believe is basically everything from the white book but a little extra. And then you have the new one, and the red one I don't remember the name. The black one then has even more stuff, and I don't know if they're compatible with each other. But I have the white book stuff, and it's pretty cool. It doesn't have Jedi in it.
I have some knowledge of the Saga edition, but the whole point of what I would want to do in Star Wars would be a Jedi, or be a Force user. I shouldn't say Jedi specific. I want to wield a lightsaber. What?
The first one has Force sensitive, but I don't know if there's lightsabers in it. And then the second one like really brings the Jedi-ness into it. And then there's special dice. If you will hold on, I can go grab stuff, and I'll be back.
Can you do it without all those hand motions?
Probably not. I'm Italian.
Okay. It looked like he tiptoed away. Did anybody else notice that?
Bob is frozen on my screen.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Oh, now he's disappeared.
Well, he pranced away.
Oh, I missed it. But I'm also playing Star Wars.
Dun dun dun. Do you have a preference, Kevin, or do you just like them both, or do you hate them both?
I like them both, but I'm not like a super fan that, geeks out about every little thing. I've got one friend that loves Star Trek and Star Wars, and he'll talk passionately, and he'll say, "Hey, fuck Abrams and the new movies," and he'll list every reason, and you'll have 732 why J.J. Abrams sucks. So I'm like, hey, calm down.
I love the new movies. In fact, I think the new movies are the first one of the three, I think, is the best of the new ones. The one that just came out, Beyond, I would place above the second one, but Into Darkness still better than a lot of the old style Star Trek movies.
In the darkness, the mighty darkness, the lion sleeps tonight. Now I know I've shown DJ. I know I've shown you this book. This is the white book, and it has the whole box steady thing, and I've got 3 books from the system. And this is the box set, which has been crushed because you can't put books, you can't put stuff like that underneath a whole bunch of books and not expect it to get crushed. Now here, what I have, this is pretty cool, is lots and lots of dice.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Those are big.
Why, thank you. So this is than any man should own. And these ones here are foam dice,
Nice.
but they're huge. But I do have 2 of these are damn cue balls right here. I have 2 huge 20-sided dice, and then I have all the way down to the little, very tiny little dice. So this
It was
huge,
so small I couldn't see it.
Yeah. So
Do you still have a
they're
Zakihedron?
Excuse me?
Do you still have a Zakihedron?
I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
It's the 100-sided dice from Zaki's in
I
Mississippi.
do. I have 100-sided dice. In fact, my 100-sided dice is marked with with where I got it. It actually says Gulfport, Mississippi on there. I have electronic
The guy that
dice.
invented it. It's from Gulf. He had a store in Gulfport. Huge warehouse. What was that?
That's an electronic dice. You slam it down on the table, and then it
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Elemental death dice, rock paper scissors. Somewhere I have the rock paper scissors lizard spot. Yeah, tons and tons of dice. Here's some of my tiny dice. I have a whole little crate of tiny dice, which are awesome because tiny dice. And in fact, today, excuse me, just a second here. I was playing with my D20 Modern stuff today. So I bought, a friend of mine had a small weed bag. Guess what he kept in there?
Dice.
I keep
That's
dice
gonna
in
be
there.
my guess.
And these dice are very tiny. These aren't the smallest ones that I have, but these are pretty small.
Jesus.
I actually have ones that are smaller than this. I like a lot smaller than that. I'm not sure where they're at. Anyways, the reason I brought these dice out was because I needed to find some very specific ones. The one thing that's weird about the Star Wars game is that it has very specific dice that's used. So, Tricia, do you play any role-playing games with DJ?
No.
Would you be willing to, or is that something that you're just not interested in at all?
Well, I guess now that I'm an actress, I probably can.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So these are the Star Wars dice, and they all have crazy little symbols on them that they're obviously, as you look at these, they are so not numbers. If I was a number, I would want to look like one of these, but I don't.
Well, it looks like each one has the logo from an era on it, and then maybe a couple of.
This one
dark
here
and light.
is actually the Force dice. You either get 1 or 2 of the dark side or light side force. So yeah, I mean it's kind of cool, but the fact that you have to have separate dice. Now they do have the translation in the book as to if you don't have these dice, what you can
What
translate.
number means what?
Exactly. You're probably thinking a lot quicker than me because of the to-drink thing, but I may have a third. It's a pretty cool game. It's all Star Warsy and shit, but this is one of the ones that I really don't think that we could play on our show because of the dice alone. I think would probably screw that up. It's not like you can use these compatible with a D20 system or like any online thing because.
But if you give us a translation info, or if we can find the translation, I can roll dice, and I don't know about the rest of the people that will be playing on this. I can't speak for Kevin, I can't speak for Tricia, and I can't speak for other Kevin. But me personally, I'm not going to. You don't need to like. In fact, when I'm running the game, if we do use dice, I'm not going to double check any of your rolls. If you want to fudge every goddamn die roll, you can. If you don't want to fudge every damn die roll, I would prefer that.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it does have a little bit of a chart on here that says what means what, but and I wouldn't do that. I have a very strict thing where cheating rolling dice just seems, I don't know, it feels wrong. Like.
Well, my theory is this. We are playing a game about developing characters and going through a story. So what am I most interested in? It's not a me versus the storyteller or the game master. It's me developing my fucking character towards finishing the goddamn story. So why am I going to fudge stuff if failing actually makes things more interesting?
It does make it more interesting, and I've played games with people where they would be like, yes, 20, and you'd look over there, or they'd be like, hit, and they would roll it and then snap it up off the table so quick, and you're like, I don't think that rolled what you said that it rolled.
Well, those people,
however,
they want to grind. They want a video game. They can hit a button and then it tells them. There you go.
That is my 100-sided dice right there.
Zakihedron.
I named it.
Are the little words like Gulfport in between the rows of numbers there?
It's got a Made in the USA on that side. Here's Game Science there. There it is. We can.
I can. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can't quite read it, but I can see that there are little letters in between the number rows.
I don't know how well you can see it, but it's almost like a golf ball, to where every number's got a flat side on it, and then it's filled with a sand type stuff. Which I say sand, but who knows? It could be dead beetles. Here's my drinky dice.
Oh my God! It's probably someone's baby teeth.
Wow. Yeah. Like drink it.
Drink it, Will.
No drink.
Bottoms up.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, this one here is one of those ones that you take to a party and like everybody throws the dice and does what it says.
I used to have a adult drinking rolling game. I mean, there was stuff, but literally half of the game revolved around smoking, and most of the people that would be playing this game were like, well, we don't smoke, and I didn't smoke at the time, so it was totally dumb, so we couldn't even participate. For anyone that might be interested, that's how you spell Zakihedron. Zakihedron.
Zaki.
Yeah, because it was invented by Lou Zaki.
Not the rice wine, that would be sake.
Oh, hey, I've even seen Lou Zaki before. There's Lou Zaki for you, everybody. That guy right there. He's the one that invented it.
Yeah, I'm really happy with my dice collection. The first rule I ever learned in D&D is you can never have too many dice. Although the Kama Sutra dice, that might be too much.
Well, they have one specific purpose, and I mean, if your lady isn't into them, then they don't have a purpose.
This one here, what you just said, does not have a purpose. There's literally nothing on this dice.
So So you can go into a game, you can go into a party or something and go, if I roll nothing on this dice, I win. And everybody like, oh, yeah. And then you roll it and you're like, aha, I win.
I have, had, because this bag is empty, it's a D20 made from amethyst.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't know where that's at now. And then I have ones like this. This is a large dice, and inside the large dice is 3 smaller dice. And I have a few of those, so you can roll the 1 dice, it rolls 3 of them for you. So I have the 20s, the 10s that are like that. Here's a 10 that's equally like that.
Nice.
Yeah, they are. Hang on. I don't know if they're down here or not. Oh, yeah, they are.
Obviously, I'm very happy with my dice collection. It makes me happy just to peruse them.
We also have dice, and Trisha just found them, and well, they're mostly mine. You will recognize some of them.
I don't see mine.
There might be more, because I know that.
Well, I guess these are probably mine too.
Yeah, you're looking for the. I know what you're looking for.
Here's my skull bag. When you fill it up with dice, it looks like a skull.
I have one that's got a skull on it too, but it's for Vampire the Requiem.
Nice.
And there are Vampire the Requiem dice in it.
Spiders. Now, I don't have the Requiem dice, but I do have Werewolf and Vampire dice, which the Werewolf dice even come with a Phase of the Moon dice. Yeah. And the Vampire dice have all of the numbers are kind of written Gothic style, and the 1, because 1s are bad in this, are a rose.
Yeah, speaking of those, I have those too. Oh crap! Ugh. Just dropped a bunch.
Mine have a receipt in them from when I bought them.
Ooh. Do any of you have a dice tower?
Yes, I do.
Nice.
I don't know if Trisha knows what that is, and I don't think I've ever seen.
I have what's called a dice tower, and when you put it together, what it is a you drop them into the top, and it rolls the dice. I have one here.
Pop it off for a second so the cat doesn't steal my die.
Oh, here's my amethyst D20. It's actually made of amethyst.
Oh, cool.
It's
That is
kind of
awesome.
small.
I have
Oh,
a
I'm
ring
sorry.
made out
It's
of
a
amethyst.
percentile. I was wrong. You have a what?
I have a ring made of amethyst.
Nice. Which brings up a second thing here. The idea that you don't need dice at all. Arr.
But I have
Only-
some.
I have seen one person who actually owns one of these things, and I too wish to own them. I just have not made that happen yet. The guy at the gaming store has one on his little necklacey thing.
So this is what Bob was talking about, the little heart, little rose on them. I also have that set of dice.
Yep.
I have this, and I'm not sure what it's for. It's got a, I don't know if that's upside down or not. It's got this symbol on it. It's got a bunch of random shit on it, and I don't know what it's for. I only have one.
I have a whole box out there that I just actually forgot about, where they have monsters. Like one side is a monster face, and then you have weapons or feet, and it's a dragon dice game is what it's called. Dragon dice.
Why would I have a box of 10-sided dice?
Because we were going to have you play Vampire, and you probably bought it to play Vampire with.
Okay. So
All right.
that's what I have, and they're all purple and they're all sparkly, but you can't really see the sparkle unless you're in the room with them.
Yeah, I have some
$20.
really neat-looking dice too. But
Ooh, is it a ring?
These are rings that spin. There's the 2 10s. This, I believe, is the 12-sided. The six-sider, mayhaps.
Oh, so does it have like the ring that touches you on the inside, and then the numbers are on a second ring on the outside, so you can like flick it?
Nice.
Oh wow.
There's the 20-sider. And you just do this like this. You could just like think, and it's.
I would say that that would be the nerdiest wedding ring ever.
Yeah. So it's $20 for that, and they had everything. They had like playing cards where it had the 2 rings, like the D10s were, where like the outside ring was the 4 different suits, and then the inside ring was the 10, 12, 13 different suits that are on the.
Oh,
No,
okay. Yeah, the
there's
numbers.
2, 3, 4, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Then you also had your tarot cards. Yeah, this site has got a bunch of them. And if I had money, I would be buying a bunch of them. But $20 a pop.
Can be expensive.
Yeah. And I would totally run out of fingers. So I got 5 on this side and 5 on that side. Yeah, 5.
And then you probably couldn't wear any of them to work.
No, I couldn't, and that's if I could find ones that fit me. All right, I'm so happy with my dice, but you guys are going to have to wait 1 more minute for me, and I will be right back.
All right, and I'll put on the ring that I'm happy with, other than my wedding ring.
This is going to make sense.
Good answer. Nice save.
I'm a Green Lantern. Da, 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 da. Unfortunately, this does not have actual superpowers because all I would do would be to take her clothes off with my ring constantly.
Oh boy.
I mentioned the Green Lantern ring at work a couple days ago. I told the guy I worked with, I said, I am going to use the Green Lantern-like power to create a device to cool me down, or I'm going to plug in the fan. And then I pointed off to the side and I say, fan it is, and I walked over and I plugged in my fan. That thing worked. This does not have them. Well, one of these has got them. Damn it. I used to buy the expensive Dungeons & Dragons type minis that I can use in my game. The problem with the minis, as awesome and as detailed as they were very expensive. So, one of the podcasts I listened to, they used a lot of things that were not the purchased D&D ones. Like, they used, like, the one guy's character was the Ben 10 little figure, and one of them was one of those little thugs that you get out of the bubblegum machine. And so I started, like, using... I have 2 containers here totally filled with things. Here's one of my tiny...
Oh my goodness.
It's so cute!
That's what the ladies say. It's so tiny and cute.
That was great for markers as far as like keeping track of turns and different things. So I have 2 different containers here that are full of. Yeah, this is from different games. There's Lego Men. They had those little superhero ones where you buy, like, it had like a little ball and there's a superhero inside. Well, I was able to use those, where you basically say these are the monsters that you're fighting, and this monster is going to be represented by, I don't know, a Lego Stormtrooper.
So
there's a D&D game in Stranger Things, Bob.
Hmm?
On Netflix, Stranger Things.
Nice. I'm a big fan of the D&D stuff only because I like medieval.
We have a bunch of games by a company called Cheap Ass Games, and they are basically like the game is printed on the paper or the card or whatever in an envelope, and then you can buy a box of little doodads that you need, kind of like your boxes there. Like, you know, with Monopoly money and little colors and shaped pieces and dice and everything, because then it'll say, you know, you need so many of this thing for this game, and so it's, you know, the company is called Cheap Ass Games because they just sell you the very basic game, and then you have all of these random generic pieces that you use in a mall.
That's cool. Yeah, and I didn't even think I always kind of like, I don't know. It seemed right that if you were being attacked by 3 skeletons, you have to find 3 skeletons to have on the board. But that's like, you don't need that. You can literally put down anything, and it can count as what you want to be. It's like, I would like to have you attacked by this, but I don't have enough figures for it. Well,
like the Monopoly top hat.
yeah, you can use anything.
How scary would that be?
I was running a werewolf game in Puerto Rico, and I'm pretty sure Bob was there. And I was explaining how the Amazon forest was burning around everybody because it was on fire. And then everybody was asking in what position they were in. So I started putting a bunch of dice down on the floor saying, this is you, and this is you, and this is you. And then I squirted a bunch of lighter fluid on the floor, and I lit it on fire. And I'm like, this is what you see. And they're like, you're burning your floor. And I'm like, yeah, it's not going to stay. Don't worry. And it didn't. But everybody could tell because everybody was a different colored die, and everybody had a different number on it, and everybody was positioned in their spots. And I'm like, this is exactly what it's set up to be. And they're like, we're fucked. And I'm like, yeah, you are.
Right.
But they all made it.
If let's say you were being attacked by 4 skeletons, and I have 3 skeletons, I would put down 3 skeletons and a dice to represent the 4th one. And it's like, why am I doing this? I can just say all 4 of these figures are skeletons, but something that simple I never even thought of. It's like, it doesn't make sense that way.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I got to the point where it's like, okay, so I have got 2 huge containers here full of figures that some of them can be used as playing characters, some of them can be, and they make me very happy just to hold them. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go undrink 1 water and 2 drinks. Probably both those have not gone through my system yet, but I have to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Sweet.
I've been being right back quite a bit here lately, haven't I?
That's because you keep grabbing shit. Your wife's going to be pissed off that you brought so much shit into the living room.
I know.
I wonder if she, just like I, tomorrow will have to clean up the whole coffee table full of crap that their husband piled up.
No. Won't happen.
The house was nice and clean earlier today.
It was, and the only thing that's going to change is that I'll try to put this back as close to what it was before as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So Kevin's still on the show too.
Yeah, you guys have been talking, so I didn't want to interrupt.
You can jump in, man. You're part of the show.
Yeah, but you guys went like bam, 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 bam. I'm like, hold up, okay.
You have
So I'm
dice?
like, yeah.
Are they awesome?
Not really. They're just dice.
Gotcha.
We have a gigantic box of just dice. It's a game called Tenzi.
And while she describes that, I'm going to go and drink some drinks now, too.
All right.
So there are 4 different sets of dice in here, 10 of each. And then there's just a little rolled up description of all these different games that you can play with them. So, I mean, they're pretty simple. Like, my mom and I were playing these against each other one day. You would take your dice and you would say, okay, the first person to roll all of their dice to the number 5 wins first. You know, so you'd sit there and you'd roll all 10 dice and you'd pick out your 5s and you'd go as quickly as you can until you had all your dice roll to a 5. Or you'd say that they'd have to go in, you know, number order, like 1 through 6. Or there was one that we did where we even had to roll them and then stack them on top of each other. And then if they fell over, then you had to start over again, too. So then there was, you know, there's just all different kinds of dumb little things that you can do with just a handful of dice.
Yeah. And because they're all 6-siders, you could totally play Shadowrun. Shadowrun is, that was out a while ago. That was back when I was in high school, and they've got the 4th edition, I think, is out now. But all you roll is 6-sided dice, and lots of.
It's actually 5th edition now.
They're on 5th now?
Yep.
Damn. Now, do you guys ever get on RPG? No, Drive-Thru RPG.
Yeah.
That was like the free download. The 4th edition one, I believe, was the free download like last year.
Really?
Yeah. DJ's back. Look, guys.
I'm back. I was looking in our game room to see if I still owned Hero Quest, which is the board game. Do I still own Hero Quest, hon? Maybe it's in the big box board game.
Wasn't it the one that you kind of said, I really don't want to get rid of this, but I'm going to, and then I said, if you don't get rid of it? Was it like super old?
It's super old, and it's the one that I wanted to ship to the guy in Australia, but the shipping, it was a $90 thing for him. Then
did you look underneath the wooden shelf?
I did, but I didn't see it.
Do I need to go look?
I don't think so, but sure. That Bob's got the pieces.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the rest of the game's upstairs with no pieces in it because the kids got it. And
I was totally gonna bring out all the little pieces, but you had to assemble everything except for the skeletons and stuff. Yeah.
I'm gonna go undrink a drink and then get another drink, so I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. My favorite was the warlock, the main winged villain guy.
Oh yeah, him I had an issue with, and his one of his wings broke, and he hasn't been the same since. Now, as far as minis go, if you were to purchase minis now, the cheapest route to go is what's called the bones. Bones are a plain white one, and you paint them. So I have painted a few of them, and they've had some pretty cool ones out. In fact, for I believe it was either 100 or 200. It might have been 200 on Kickstarter. You were able to get the entire series on Kickstarter for $200. Here's how that worked. The dies it took to make these are very expensive. Once you have the dies, which cost, I don't know, $40,000, $50,000 for these dies, once you have those dies, it's really cheap to make little plastic figures.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
Oh no, it's definitely not Stratego.
Yeah, we packed up all of the board games in one box.
And I want to say that maybe it's sitting downstairs in the room because I'd love to give it or sell it to somebody, but Bob just brought out all the pieces because they're in his box.
The actual playing characters were blue.
No, mine are like red.
Oh, different game then. Here's the red one. Yeah, I have that too. Well, I have two different games that I have mixed in here. But yeah, these ones are called Bones, and they're like here's a dwarven blacksmith. Yeah. Now the Kickstarter campaign, the guy at the gaming store told me about it. He says, yeah, they have like for $200. Now each of these figures are $5 to $7 usually, and then they have like everything from those little small ones that are like $2 or $3. Oh, that Dice Tower?
Yep. And can you see what it says?
I cannot.
Klaatu Barada necktie.
What is that?
It's a Cthulhu Dice Tower, but it's a quote from Army of Darkness.
Oh.
So.
Do you listen to the Podcraft?
Yeah, I'm actually a subscriber.
Nice. I was for a while, but the new podcast that I'm listening to that takes up all my time here is the Survival Podcast, which is pretty cool. But he does a lot of shows, like 5 or 6 a week he does. So,
Damn.
yeah. And then they're like an hour and a half to 2 hours long. But like I was saying last week, is I listen to them at 1.5 or 2 times speed, just so I can. The only time I have a time to listen to podcasts is on the way to work and back. So I have that one I listen to. I have the Major Spoilers one where they talk about comic books and all things that are like that. And then they, at one point, decided to make a spin-off episode or a show where they made a D&D character. Somebody mentioned D&D, and then they had Critical Hit. Then it was a spin-off of that one.
All right.
Dungeons and Dragons. So, well, what is the other one? I saw a commercial for the Ryan Adam. Some motherfucker ruins everything. I think it's Adam ruins everything.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing commercials for that on CNN, I think.
And it intrigued me. Well, he's got a podcast. What happens is on the show, they have like a little 30-second clip with the experts who talk about the things that he's saying are not true on there. And then on the podcast, he's got like the entire episode is talking to these experts about a subject. So I've been listening to that one also.
Has it been good?
Yeah, very not bad. There was an episode that I just listened to that was amazing, and it was on false memories. Like the memories that we have from the past that we think that we know but are not. There's like, she was called into court cases and stuff for because they would do things like, did this person ever touch you? Well, no, they didn't. Well, if they did, when do you think that would have been? Well, if they did, but they didn't, it would have probably been at night after, oh, okay, well, if they did, how would that, and it actually makes you think that this stuff is, the questions that they were asking creates false memories, and so they're able to convict people who aren't even guilty based on the fact that you now have these memories in your head that never even happened.
Wow.
But I mean, everybody has that thing in their head, like, oh, you remember playing on Grandma's porch, how you and 6 of your cousins would play on Grandma's huge porch, and then you go back years later and you see it, and it's like 5 foot by 5 foot, and there's like room for 2 people to walk by. But all you can remember for the last 20 years is Grandma's huge porch.
Here, the malleability of memory with Elizabeth Loftus.
I think that's the one.
I'm sure that's the one. That's episode 6. He has 7 podcast episodes. I just subscribed to it through Downcast.
Yeah.
So that one was from August 3rd.
I listened to that one so far, and then I think the last one was on the voting.
Yeah, there's where did it go?
Like, do you really think
election and voting rights. Yeah, that's the most recent one.
Yeah, and I start from the top and I move on down to where usually what I'll do is when I go out to my car or whatever, is I'll go to the top and I start listening. So once it gets to the end of that one, it goes to the next one, which I was probably somewhere halfway through that one and would pick that one up where I left off, and then I would like. So each time I get on, I start with the newest ones, and I'm working my way down, and I'm slowly working my way down into the other ones. But
yeah, I just added that to mine, so I'll get all 7 of them.
I wish I had more time to do stuff like this, to listen to podcasts. But like, I think I schedule my timing. Like Okay, I started rereading a book series that I totally love. It's a Dark Elf Trilogy one from Forgotten Realms.
Where is it?
The Driss one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what R.A. Salvador did was he wrote just like Star Wars, he wrote 4, 5, and 6, and then he went back and wrote 1, 2, and 3. And so I'm reading it now. Originally I read it 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, but now I'm reading it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in the last 2 weeks, I'm just about done with the second book. Because I'm reading it at work. Why? Because I'm not allowed to listen to any music or podcasts there, and you can't watch any videos there. So you can, when I'm on break.
Even on breaks?
Yeah.
On break I can. I have a half-hour break. I could listen to it on there. But what am I going to do on there? Sometimes I read. Sometimes I listen to a podcast. But you have other people there, making it very difficult. Sometimes I'll walk around town collecting Pokemon stuff. But because I can't listen to the podcast at work, that's why I read. So you have to like kind of balance it that way. Like I don't read as much at home because then I'll finish my book and I won't be able to read it at work when I can't do the other stuff.
So you're reading while you're working. Now, there's a guy that made a reference back to a 60s Disney movie.
Yeah. And here's how that works, is that I have 3 positions at work.
That's 2.
Yeah. There's you either operate, which is you're running the machines and doing all the little extra stuff, or you're loading, where you're taking the huge 70-pound logs and you're dropping these logs onto a conveyor belt, or you're stacking, where you're taking these stacks of 20 books and you're putting them onto a skid and then wrapping them up when they get what you need to be. So let's say I'm stacking. What I'll do is I'll have my book on the end of the conveyor belty thing. It's just kind of like one of those little rolling tables, and I read. The books are getting closer. When it gets up to here, I take 2 in each hand, put them on, 2 in each hand, put them on, 2 in each hand because the 4th one's just coming off, put them on, and then I start reading again. So, and I do the same thing on the other side when I'm loading, is that when there's room for the logs to go, I'll throw them up there, and I go back to reading. And it was always difficult to help the other guys because the one guy liked to wait until his stuff got all the way up to the chains, and that's when he wanted to go ahead and throw everything else on and break the bandings. And the other guy waited till there was only, okay, so there's only this much room left. I waited till there was room for at least half a log. When there was this much room left, he would put the next one up onto this one like this. Like, okay, I can. So it's like, we all 3 of us did it entirely different. One waited till it was in the chains, one waited till it was like as soon as you put it on, you put it on, and I would wait till I can go down the line this way and then come back up, tearing off the banding and taking out the bad stuff, and then back to my book. So when I'm operating, I usually, once out of every 3 days, I usually leave my book in my bag while I'm doing all the extra stuff. And then the next day, I read, I work, I work. But I mean, I work all 3 days. But
I just find it interesting that you can read while you're working, as opposed to listening to something where I guess you would be more focused. And everybody, I don't understand why businesses think this. Everybody thinks that if you have stuff in your ear, you can't hear anything else that's going on around you. But when I was listening to podcasts in Bismarck while I was casing mail, the volume was low enough to where I could hear what everybody was fucking talking about. I just could concentrate on what's in my ears, and then when an announcement would come over, I'd pop them out just to make sure I heard everything clearly. But it's not like I couldn't hear what was going on around me.
They consider it a safety thing, is what they say, but it's never about safety. It's about, if you've got these things in your ears, what's it connected to? It's connected to a device that can go online and check Facebook and text people. But again, so what? If I can read and keep up with my job, why can I not text somebody and keep up with my job? But I understand what they're talking about. You know, I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. And I stick to that rule. I don't go online. I turn my phone off while I'm at work for 2 reasons. First of all, I don't get good reception there anyways, so it'll suck down my battery. But even if I did have good reception there, you can get total trouble for that. So I keep that in my bag. I keep my iPod in my pocket. The things that I use my iPod for is I'll use the calculator. When you have to check the wires for the banding machine, and I will use the light to get in there and check the wires. And then when I go to break, we had issues with my boss. My boss would say, like, we'd go to break and there would be this argument. Like, I know what time I clocked out. You have to clock out for lunch. We have a half hour. And it's like, well, we clocked out at this time. Well, no, we didn't. We clocked out at this time. We still have 5 minutes. The other person saying, no, we're supposed to be out there. I started setting my timer for. I got a timer on here set for 30 minutes. So when I clock out, I hit that button. And then when it goes off, everybody knows that it's time to go back to work. And there's only 3 of us. You know, there's not like a big crew. There's 3 of us that works in my area. So, and now here's the thing. You said, why are you allowed to read and you're not allowed to listen to music? We're not. That's the cool thing. Okay, nobody... we've been told we're not allowed to have our phones out there. Nobody has said anything about the book. So, as long as I'm not told not to read, I can read. So at 6 o'clock every day or a couple minutes before, I put my book in my bag because that's when the big boss comes in. If he tells me we can't read, I'm not allowed to read. No one's told me because the big boss hasn't seen it. Now, all 3 shifts, damn it, I did it again. All 3 shifts have, like, they all know that I read. So.
Now, if that were DJ's job, everybody that knows that you would read would tattle on you.
And that sucks. That sucks a lot. But, I mean, like the one guy I work with, he's always getting on his phone and texting his girlfriend, and the other one will pull up pictures of cars and stuff. And, you know, it's like where everybody says the same thing. They all say, you're not allowed to do this.
Uh-huh.
But,
my response to anybody telling me not to do something and then doing it right in front of me has always been, I am led by example, so when you stop doing it, I'll stop doing it.
And they're not too bad, but I told my boss at one point that I have never seen in my life a place that was more full of finger pointers and, this is how I put it, finger pointers and dick measurers. And why is my phone freaking out? It's
yeah, just the post office is the same way.
Yeah, it's like he did it. I'm better than you, whipping out your freaking prick, and it's like, come on. You know, well, when I said that to him, he just started laughing. He's like, yep, and they need to save that shit for the locker room. He's like, no dick measuring on the floor. And I'm like, I know, right? You know, like very metaphorically speaking, no dicks has been measured on that floor as far as I know.
While the machinery's running.
Right. There's some things you don't want to get stuck in the machine. The other one's your hair. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I have no idea how the show's going right now compared to what it was going earlier. I noticed that I'm talking a lot. I don't know if it's more or less than before.
It's definitely more.
To be honest, Bob, you tend to ramp up as the show goes on, whereas the rest of us tend to ramp down.
Well, I started ramping up on the drinking.
Yeah, and I haven't. I finished my. I've had 4 now, and I don't know if I should have a 5th.
Is there more?
Ooh.
There is more.
I found a shirt that I need.
Uh-oh.
It's a play on Game of Thrones, and it's called Mother of Cats instead of Mother of Dragons.
But you can't see her boobs.
She's got a cat in the way.
Oh my gosh, that totally reminded me of that episode of Johnny Carson. Did you guys see that episode? Has Zsa Zsa Gabor on it?
No.
Since he's been off the air since like '85, probably not.
Yeah. So she was sitting there petting a cat, and she looks over to Johnny Carson and says, "Do you want to pet my pussy?" And he says, "Sure, if you move that damn cat." She got so pissed off she walked off a stage.
And she's got the braids in her hair and the clothing, and it's perfect. I need the shirt.
Yeah. Now, Game of Thrones that's a great show. I haven't watched any of the new ones yet, which I'm a little saddened by. But it's a great show. Yes, there's sex, there's nakedness in it, but it's nothing that.
I think this is a Tomb Raider reference, or
Looks-
Raiders of the Lost
No,
Ark.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Or
Yeah.
okay,
Indiana Jones, yes.
because it says Ghostly Raider, so that's where I didn't quite know.
Pac-Man is supposed to be the big rolling ball in that case.
Yeah.
Okay. All
But
right.
you know what's weird is that the sex and the nakedness that's in that show though. You know how a lot of times shows put that stuff in just so that it's in the show. Like as long as it works in the scene, it's cool. But if they just put it in for that little bit of you know what I mean. They put it in just to have boobs in the scene.
Well, like
Really
season
fun.
1 happened a lot in a brothel, so I mean, obviously there's going to be naked women running around in a brothel.
Exactly. It fit the scenes. And it was totally okay. It went with the movie.
Season
So-
6 does not happen in a brothel, so we have been short of a lot of boobies lately.
No, that's sad.
Yeah, it is very sad. But we did get to see Daenerys naked because it makes sense that a woman, although she can't be burned, her clothes are not immune from burning, so she wouldn't walk out with any clothes.
Right.
He hasn't seen the new season, he said, so
I have not.
just don't say more than that.
That's it. That's all I said.
Yeah. Well, that happened in that season, the end of season 1, where that happened also, wasn't it? When
I think so.
Oh, right, in the
Yeah.
fire for the husband.
they first hatched
Yes.
the
Yes. To hatch them, yes.
burial
Oh,
pyre of her husband.
Khal Drogo. Or, as we know him now, Aquaman.
Yeah, I really hope that Aquaman becomes something special here.
You know,
Really?
his version, his Conan movie was very, very, very good, and everybody dumped on it because everybody thinks, oh, you have to be gigantic, strong, muscular, because that's what Arnold was. Arnold wasn't Conan. He was named Conan, but that isn't how Conan is in Conan stories. Momoa was Conan.
Momoa. I don't know what Momoa is.
That's his last name. Jason Momoa.
Oh, okay.
You need to pay attention, Momoa, than you currently are.
Oh, boy.
When I saw the first image of him as Aquaman, I'm like, oh, this is going to be an awesome movie.
Yeah, it actually looks good for a DC movie. Not like Batman vs. Superman.
I had no problem with Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
They got a lot of bad press to it. I mean, like, it seemed like everybody hated it. And it's like, you know what? Here's the thing, is that Superman was a dick. Superman actually came to him and said, look, man, we need to be working on this. Die, fucker! It's like, no, look, man, we have to work together. No! I mean, he was literally over the top a dick. But I think that story needed to be told in order for the next installment of the thing to happen. You know?
I don't think that Batman versus Superman needed to happen, but I have discovered that I am a huge fan of the Wonder Woman theme song now. Like her
Way to
new,
segue there, DJ.
yes, because the Wonder Woman movie is going to be awesome.
Is there gonna be boobs? I like boobs. So I don't know what the theme song that you're talking about. Is it a Oh, for the movie? Is it the movie's got a different theme song than the show was?
If you YouTube Batman v Superman, you do YouTube Wonder Woman, Batman v Superman OST for original soundtrack, and it'll play the song for you. And it's on the trailer, and every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
The trailer for Wonder Woman.
Yes.
Now, that was released at the same time that they made the announcement of it at the San Diego Comic-Con. What I'm hearing on this podcast, they talk a lot about that stuff on the Major Spoilers podcast, and that's one of the things that they mentioned is that like
the trailer was released the same time they made the announcement.
When what they did is at the Comic-Con they played the trailer at the Comic-Con for like the first time. This is when people are seeing it, and then at that time is when it hit the internet for the first time. It was like they didn't want to be online before people saw it, before the big reveal. So once they did the reveal, it was like that same time as when they also aired it on the internet, on their site. So they're saying that like that's when everybody saw it was kind of at the same time.
Which is odd because at Comic-Cons, what they tend to do is give you the exclusive trailer that we're not going to release anywhere else. It's only for these 200 people that are in this specific room, which is a big fuck you to the rest of us that couldn't or didn't want to go but are still interested in the product. So I hate it when they do Comic-Con exclusive. We won't ever show this to anyone ever. And if it pops online, we're going to take the movie down and we're not going to produce it. Really? Yeah. Because you filmed all the footage and you finalized it all and you're ready to distribute it. You're just going to pull it down because someone put a fucking YouTube video up?
Yeah, because you're willing to take the $1 million loss or multi-million-dollar loss.
Hundreds of millions, yeah. But like the last time they did a Doctor Who trailer at a Comic-Con, it was Comic-Con exclusive, and everybody's like, fucking seriously? There's like 12 people in the fucking room that are going to see this, and it's exclusively for them. Thanks, asshole.
Yeah. Well, and, okay, so I got some friends who live in, what was it? They used to live in North Dakota, and then they moved to, what the hell is that place?
Portland?
No, Seattle?
Yeah.
No? Portland.
Portland.
Oh. Portland, yeah.
And one of them was saying that the Doctor Who, in order to get a signature, it like cost a lot of money for a Doctor Who or a picture from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Like $80.
Like $80.
No, 110, I think it was.
It was like a lot of money.
Why? Why that much?
I don't know. I mean, they came a long ways, but still, I don't know.
Matt Smith is a prima donna.
He thinks very highly of himself.
It could be exactly that. I don't know if that was like his particular price, or if that was like...
It was his particular price.
Yeah, they set their prices.
So all that money goes directly into his pocket then?
I would say a lot of it goes into his pocket.
And I would also say that the line to get into that, even though it was ridiculously high, was probably pretty steady. Is there any truth to that?
No, there were people who bought VIP passes to even get in line first, which paid even more money, like hundreds and thousands of dollars for all of these like front row seats and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, and the autographs, I mean, I was only there for part of it, but the autographs, like the people just waiting to look at him were insane. And I think they were worse than the people that were going to get his autograph because they knew that they were going to go up to him, whereas the other people who didn't pay for autographs knew that the only way they were going to see him is if they were standing out there walking by.
See, and I don't understand the logic behind that. I mean, like, I don't know. Everybody kind of knows how the system works. Like, let's say, I don't know. Let's say I had a taco stand and I sold these tacos for $100 a piece, and I sold one of them where one person who just happened to have a lot of money was like, $100? Wow, that must be damn good. And so he buys one. Is like, it's definitely not worth $100. But if you sold it for $1, you would have 500 people go through there, and you would end up with more people. You would make more money by having it more available to more people.
Most autographs are about 40.
That's a lot of tacos.
Matt Smith was 110. Even William Shatner was less. He was 80.
I kind of feel sorry for him.
I don't.
I mean, it's like from what I understand, he's kind of a prick.
Mm-hmm.
But he was raised up so high at one point in his life, and now he's.
It's like, hey, you're the Priceline guy.
Exactly. You're like on a commercial. Big fuck.
Like, oh, hey, you were friends with the guy who played Spock.
Well,
wow.
The thing is that Shatner was famous when famous actually meant something. Now being famous just means you've got a podcast that people watch
or a reality show.
Or a reality show. There's a reality show about people that literally have no fucking value to society, but they're popular because they're on a reality show. And who I'm talking about is the fucking Kardashians. They have zero life skills. Zero.
I am very happy to say I know nothing about the Kardashians.
All I know is Kylie Jenner is hot. But other than that, it doesn't matter.
I didn't know her name.
I just know there's a whole lot of them.
No, Kylie Jenner is like the daughter or granddaughter of the crossdresser. No, she's just turned 18. Or 21 or something. She's hot. Kylie Jenner, look it up.
You mean the transgender, not the crossdresser?
You know what? Here's what it is. It's a mental disorder. If you're a man, your genes say what species, what you are. If you're a man, you're a man. You actually have the chromosomes in your body that say you're a man. And if you think you're a girl,
I'm going to stop you for a second. So you're saying that if I feel like I'm a tiger, because that's a different species than what I am, I have to be human?
Yes, if you think you're a tiger, you're still a man.
Damn it.
You're not really a...
What if he gets a tail grafted onto his ass?
Right?
Nope. Still a man. Yeah.
What if I grow fur all over? Oh, wait, I already do. Never mind.
Still a man. Yep. That works.
What if that fur is striped?
Yep. See,
now we call you Cheetora.
With as amazing as that is, which, you know, that's something else they were talking about, was a live-action Thundercats movie, which I still haven't seen yet. But that's how that works, is that even if you have your shit cut off and turned inside out and whatever the hell it is that they do, your chromosome, you are still a man. Now, here's the thing, is if a man says to me, this big old gruff biker guy says, call me Lisa. All right, Lisa, how you doing? I don't give a shit. I'll call you whatever you want to be called. If you want to be treated like a fucking woman, sure. I'll treat Lisa, the biker guy, as a woman. But the second that he says, and I'm a woman, well, no, you're not. You're not. That's a mental disorder right there. You think that you're something that you're not. I don't understand the transgender at all. I will... Now, granted, your area of the country where you guys are is very, like...
liberal?
Open? Yeah.
There's probably more of the transgender stuff there than anywhere else in the country because they seem to be more of a variety of minds and people. But still, and like I said, if a guy wants to be treated like a girl, called a girl's name, I will do that. Same way the other way around. But it doesn't change the fact.
I have a correction. It's not Kylie Jenner. It's Kendall Jenner.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yep.
Well, I mean, if you know, you're guaranteed that even in North Dakota that there were definitely transgender people. I mean, there's probably nowhere that there aren't. But the difference between there and here is that here they can be much more open about it and much more comfortable with it. And the thing that that struck me about here was in January when I volunteered for the KimuraCon, no, NewCon. It was an anime con basically, and so everyone was coming dressed up as anime characters, and it was it was kind of my first experience, I guess, because so many people, and you know, a lot of them. I mean, the basic age for the people that were coming to this were anywhere from like 12 to 25. I mean, that was the majority of these people. And we were giving out, you know, we gave them name badges. And if they were just buying their tickets, you would, you know, you'd get their money, you'd get their personal contact information, you'd look at their driver's license or their student ID or whatever kind of ID they had, picture ID. And you know, I mean, sometimes these pictures like have these girls with long hair in them, and then you're looking at somebody who really has short hair and looks not really like a girl, and then they would say, you know, can I put my preferred name on my name tag? And that was like my first kind of experience with all of these people who were that young and could be that comfortable with who they were. And you know, so then yeah, they like if they, you know, went by Jake and their driver's license says Amelia, I mean, then they could put Jake on their ID.
Yeah.
So I ran into that a whole lot, and I'm sure that that's, you know, I mean, these people, like there was this soccer team, and I don't remember, DJ, that, you know, that orange soccer team. I don't remember. We watched it, but was it a team of girls or guys? I think it was.
I think it was supposed to be guys.
Guys?
But
okay.
in Japan, men with female features are considered better looking.
Oh, okay.
Like elves.
Yes.
So if the soccer team was guys, you know, I mean, there were girls that were all dressed like the soccer team. There were guys that were dressed like the soccer team.
Wait, volleyball.
Oh, volleyball. You're
That's
right. It was volleyball.
And
yeah.
soccer.
No, just volleyball.
And soccer. Yeah. So yeah, it was very different. I saw in the news the other day that we have the Guinness Book of World Records oldest drag queen in Portland.
Really?
She is 85.
Oh.
And what did you just say? You said he, because exactly. Yes. That's the point. Is that that's where the problem lies? Is that he wants to be referred to as a she, and it's like, but you're not a she.
No, he
I'll
doesn't.
call you Jake, Amelia, if you want to be called Jake. I have no problem with that. But you're not a she.
Now, he in particular, like, they showed pictures of him and things dressed up like the drag queen, but in his everyday life, he looks like a guy. I mean, he doesn't do it, I think, on a daily basis, as far as I know. I don't know anything about him, of course, other than what I saw in the story. But, you know, on the other hand, a place that I volunteered, there is a person there who does not conform to either female or male, and they have been asked to be referred to as them or they.
Yeah, there's some colleges that are actually making it illegal by their standards to use the words he or she on campus.
I mean, I don't understand that as like a blanket. Especially like if, you know, DJ's clearly a he and I'm clearly a she. I can't take offense to be called who I am, but I mean, I can understand the person's request that I volunteered with. But on the other hand, we also knew somebody at one point who also was a female who identified more as male and would get really pissed at people that referred to them as her, who didn't know them.
Okay, you see,
And
that girl is...
you can't do that.
Right. Because the fact that you didn't know them, you didn't know. And that's almost along the lines of, oh, I don't know. You don't know. And if, let's say you've got somebody with really short hair and walks like a man and dresses like a man, and you refer to him as he, you can't turn around and say, I'm a woman, damn it. Well, how the fuck was I supposed to know? Don't get mad at me. I mean, look at the role that look at you. You cannot get mad at the person for their opinion. They made a mistake.
Yeah.
And the way you're talking about making it illegal, so you can't refer to someone's race, you can't refer to someone's gender, so when somebody asks, well, who's coming to see me? Zamiani, they are a person with hair.
It is.
A human.
And exactly what you say, that we're not supposed to use these things because you might offend somebody. You know what? This is a show that we have... Hey, check this out. You're going to love this shit. We have millions of viewers watching us every week.
Right?
Okay, so like 3 people.
Or if you're the last episode, 212.
Yeah. I worked at a factory, and there was one black guy in the building, and he was the supervisor in the back of the building. So if somebody came in and he said, excuse me, can I talk to a supervisor? What I would say was, yes, he's the black guy back there. I'm not going to say he's the tall guy back there because there's like 6 tall guys. I'm not going to say he's the guy with black hair back there because there's like, a bunch of people with black hair. What do you say? There's only one black guy back there. Find him, and that's the person you're looking for. I don't mean it offensively.
Right.
I really don't. But what's the thing that sticks out the most? Now, granted,
his love of toy cars.
Yeah, exactly. You would have to.
Oh, you mean Tommy?
If he was a 6.5 foot, he was a really, really tall black guy, and I would just say there's one of them. Let's say you had a 4-foot black guy back there and a 6-foot black guy. I would probably say it's the tall black guy. Well, I'm not being mean to the tall people, and I'm not being mean to the short people. I'm not being mean to the whites. I'm not being mean to... I'm describing the guy with the most basic description. But for some reason, we're not supposed to use these words anymore. Why? Because people are dumb. You guys, it's like...
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I'm confused on how Bob feels about this subject.
No, that might go against a bunch of regulations, like... But, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even, like... Look at your boxers. If you've got a white guy and a black guy boxing, and they say, and in the blue shorts, it's like, why not say the black guy? Why not? You're not saying, like, anything bad about him. You're just saying, like, okay, if you guys look over here, if you look to your left, what if they were houses? So you're driving by, let's say you're driving down the street and you're doing a tour bus thing, and you have a blue house, and you have a green house, you have a yellow house. You would say, if you look out the left, the yellow house on the left, that is where this person lives. Well, what's wrong with that? So pointing out a color isn't a bad thing at all. It's the most obvious thing that you see.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. So why is that bad when you're referring to people?
Maybe it's the human-sized Confederate flag that you wear to work. Maybe that might be the problem.
That could be. The swastika takes up my entire back. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll call people whatever they want. They can pee in whatever building or whatever room they want. Because the one thing that everybody has to remember is that they're there to pee.
That's true. I mean, you gotta look at it from the point of view of, okay, so if you're a woman who wants to be, who is recognized as a man, but you're in the men's room, would you prefer that person in the men's room standing next to you while you're going to the bathroom? Which isn't going to happen because, different types of equipment.
Because we can't stand up and pee.
Exactly. Or would you rather a guy standing there who totally loves the cock? one of them is a threat to you, and one of them is not. And even as far as the threat, it's not really a threat.
Yeah.
It's the assumption that, oh my God, he's a freakazoid. He wants no.
Oh my God thing, yeah. But I don't know. Being hit on by a gay person wouldn't be any different than being hit on by an ugly fucking girl. Like, look, it's just the idea of I'm not interested. Whatever it is about that person you don't like, whether it's their hair color, their sex, their age, whatever, I'm not interested. And it's
well, you know why this is an issue? And this is as close to the subject as we're going to get.
I know exactly why it's an issue. Because if you look at somebody and you think, wow, that person's hot, and they turn around and you're like, except for the Adam's apple, oh shit, maybe I'm gay.
No, the reason this is a thing is because all the politicians, when they start getting into places where they don't want to answer certain questions, they start going, well, but people want to pee in the men's room that aren't supposed to be in the men's room. What does that have to do with global warming or the nuclear weapons we're just talking about? Come on.
But I'll tell you what, it wasn't 2 weeks after they passed the law saying that if you recognize yourself as being female, you can go into the female bathrooms and locker rooms, that the first videos were being recorded over the stalls of people going to the bathroom by men who said, yeah, I'm actually a girl, and I can be in here.
Yeah, but filming someone in the bathroom isn't necessarily a predator or anything like that. It's just an asshole.
Oh. It is an asshole. And you know what? Now those assholes are allowed in that room. And
they're still not allowed to video.
They're not, but now they're in the room.
What's going on over there?
Where? Right.
Oh, that way, Bob. Yeah.
Nothing. It's just the coats hanging there on the rack.
Oh, gotcha. We should sway away from this subject because we don't talk about politics, and this is very close to being political.
Almost.
That's why we're going to sway away.
I did enjoy talking about my dice. Yes.
Sweet.
So, before we sway away, I've got long hair. I'm a guy. I've got facial hair. You know, let me just confirm that. No. But if you were to look at me from behind, you'd say, hey, long hair. Hey, miss, what's going on? Mm-hmm. And I've actually had that happen to me, and I've had the guy go, oh, shit, nice goatee.
Right. And it's a mistake.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, cool, thanks.
Right. How would that be different from seeing a woman and being like, oh my gosh, when are you due? I'm not pregnant. You know, it's like you made a mistake. You saw something visually, you made an assumption in your head, and you were wrong. So you say to a fat chick or something, you know, hey, when are you due? When she's not pregnant, you made an assumption. You were wrong. Sorry.
But
it's the thing.
I mean, the woman then might become offended. But the really offensive part about that is, when are you due? I'm not pregnant. You slap your buddy and go, see, I told you she was just fat.
Yeah. And if you go to the mall, I think there's a number of people that you have to offend while at the mall, or your day is not considered to be a good day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think 12, I think, is the number.
Wow, that's a high number, Bob.
It is, but it's not as hard as you think.
Yeah. Oh, well, I could accomplish it, I guess, by just crop dusting.
Yeah, the visual green cloud that follows you around the store is usually the dead giveaway.
I had a friend in school who always thought that if you farted, you should turn plaid, so everyone would know who's farting and when.
Yeah, well, I mentioned to a friend of mine, I might have told you about this, and it was a cold day, and I asked him, I said, you know, you can see your breath. You can see your breath out to here. I said, you ever wonder what happens when you fart? I mean, can people see that? Like they can see your breath? And I'm saying that just as we're getting out of the truck to go into Walmart, and we get into Walmart, it's like, fuck you, Bob. I'm like, what? He goes, I had a fart. He goes, here I was being nice, not farting in the truck, and then I had to hold it all the way through the parking lot.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I never thought about that before, but all of a sudden I see my breath, and I'm like, wait a minute. Warm air.
That's not as fun, though, as farting and going, do you guys smell popcorn? Oh. So if I ever ask that, hun, hold your breath.
I know when to hold my breath already. There's audible signals.
Oh, yeah, there is audible signal. That is my superpower, by the way. I can clear a room.
Yeah. That's pretty good superpower.
Yeah. So, we just hit hour 4, folks.
Yep.
The end of hour 4, sorry.
So that means we can go to bed?
It doesn't seem like it's that late. But yeah, I'll be damned. Sure enough, it's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, we've
This
only...
is the longest you've gone in 2 days without playing No Man's Sky.
I know. I should be playing it while we're on. Uh-oh.
That's for you, Bob.
Was that one of my devices again?
Yep.
I heard noises, and I don't know which one of my devices.
I still had my search for Kendall Jenner up and all the pictures. Someone's getting lucky tonight. Is that a video of farting in the winter?
Yep.
It's actually called thermal camera fart. So it shows what a fart looks like through a thermal camera. Nice.
Right. Well, because 1/4 of this podcast is fading fast, maybe we should cut her off.
With thermal fart. Wow.
Yeah.
There goes the video.
So, are we doing the cartoons/anime for the next episode?
Cartoons. Yeah. It could be like any cartoons across the board. Would that go for?
We could just use the word animated, and I guess that would take care of everything.
Animated. So like movies, TV shows.
Yeah, the DreamWorks, Pixar stuff that's like 3D, all that type. That's also animated, so it works.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, when you can see every individual hair on a character's head or body, depending on what you're watching. That's some amazing shit. They do a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, viewer. I think we're winding down. Oh, he disappeared anyway. Doesn't matter.
Have we had?
We've had people in. We've had up to 2 viewers at one time, but they've been popping in and out. So we'll see how this one turns out. I can't wait to see what happens after I put the cover on. I think I'm going to use a image of Michael Knight in the Knight Rider car. Totally fake people out.
Right. Random shit.
Or Kit with the Duke boys sticking out of it.
Oh gosh.
Followed by the Chips guys.
Nice.
Wow.
Nothing says 80s like that.
Nothing says, what the fuck is going on other than that? Yeah, I'm totally going to do that.
Now I'm worried that you're going to teach me how to mine for gold tomorrow while you make covers on your computer.
Just one cover.
Wow. I'm looking on Facebook right now. I wanted to see if there was any things on there. And there's one. It's a picture of like a huge pile of feathers. And there's a sign stuck in the ground that says, "Free bird, some assembly required." That's it, funny dash fucked up.
It's the IKEA model.
Huh?
Yes, it's the IKEA model.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah. So, gentlemen.
Start your engines.
And me?
Well, see, I was about to address the fact that the missus is tired. So we're probably going to go to bed. So we'll see you back next week at the same time, unless, of course, some random DJ event pops up and Bob says, fuck you guys, I'm going to make money.
Actually, I'm going to be LARPing.
You'll be what? You'll be LARPing. So if Bob doesn't show up, we have no show. It's a bottle cozy there.
I made a bottle cozy.
Yeah, you
There's the pressure, Bob. If you don't show up next week, we have no show.
That's an awful lot of pressure. I could be a diamond by next week.
Could be. Just imagine how shiny you'll be.
A sparkly. like
So for the viewers, we're going to pop off. Join us next time.
Bye.